I just wanted to say, welcome to Hustings tonight. This is your opportunity to get questions from the candidates to help inform your choice about who you're going to vote for. Just to remind you that voting does actually open this week. I know it feels like a long haul for the candidates after the first week of campaigning, but voting opens this Wednesday at 10 o'clock and closes on Friday. So hopefully you'll have a better idea of who you'd like to vote for all the different positions after they've been up for Hustings today. I just wanted to start with some housekeeping. So tonight we're being live streamed in various different forms from student media, and because of that I'd just like you to be mindful of what you're saying, because you are going to be live on the internet and on the blogs and all sorts of that, so just be mindful of the things you're saying and watch your language. And I'd like to say a big thank you to student media for getting here tonight and covering the whole elections process, so a big thank you to them. Could you everyone give a round of applause please? I'd also just like to point out that there are fire exits dotted around. We aren't expecting any fire alarms this evening, so just be aware of where they are, and please try and keep them clear. Don't get too close in the way of them, just in case we do have to leg it. And also, please be supportive of the candidates. Whilst they're stood up there speaking, it's really nerve-wracking to be stood up there, I know, so please just be supportive of them and quiet whilst they're speaking and stuff. You will get the opportunity, after they've all had their 2-minute speeches, to ask them questions, and then they'll have 30 seconds to respond to each of you. And after that, they're going to do some questioning of each other's and each other's policies, so just please have a little support for the candidates whilst they're up there, because it is a challenging thing to do. So without further ado, if if the crew give me a nod, I'd like to introduce to you the candidates for VP activities. So shall we start with, I'll introduce you all. So if you just want to give people a wave. Ben, Mike, Adam, Anna and Kim. So everyone's giving a round of applause, and Ben will be starting tonight. You're up. Whenever you are ready. Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming down to listen tonight. Just to introduce myself very quickly, so I'm Ben and I'm in the final year of my geography degree. So my campaign is based on 4 key areas which I'd like to work on next year. Firstly, I believe the wide variety of clubs and societies is an important aspect of life here at Lancaster. Definitely has been for me personally. Therefore, I'd like to get everyone involved and see an increase in participation across the board in a wide range of sports and societies, including in recreation schemes such as Just Play. Secondly, I'd like to see an increase in the number and variety of inter-college competitions to enhance what I think is one of Lancaster's greatest strengths, the college system. This would be for a wide variety of sports and through events such as the 9 College Challenge. One of my key aims is to increase the communication and transparency between LUSU and the clubs and societies. I do this by developing a good working relationship with the clubs and societies themselves, regularly meeting with their members and listening to their views, making sure that they're heard within LUSU. We can therefore work together to help achieve their aims for the next academic year. Finally, I would ensure a well-prepared and well-delivered Roses weekend, which is a memorable weekend and enjoyable for everyone involved, and with a big victory for Lancaster as well. It is important to keep our home Roses momentum going, which is, as it's a highlight of the calendar for many students here. I'm really passionate about our university and the wide variety of activities available to everyone. The ones I'm involved in, the ones my friends are involved in, and ones which I'd look forward to learning more about. I'm an experienced candidate, as I've had experience on the exec for the athletics club for 2 years, where I coordinated the organisation of an annual track and field competition between universities, and also learnt a lot as the Bowland JCR exec. Overall, I think I'd be an ideal VP activities, as I'd love to give back my time and energy into helping enhance everyone's student experience next year. Thank you very much for listening.
Mike, could you please go next?
Sure I will. Hi everyone, I'm Mike. I guess my time started. So if any of you read my manifesto, you may have realised I've been involved in the squash exec for some time, but I didn't really know what was going on with other societies. So over the past week, I've put together what I have been calling I can't remember what I call it now. Basically, I've been going around and asking what problems people have been having with LUSU. It is my board of, I can't remember its name. Anyway, I split it into 3 sections. What sports club wants, what societies want, and what college sport wants. And there are a lot of problems. I haven't visited that many, and on the other side for sports. For any of you guys playing bingo, one of the examples for societies was a return of Campus Fest that was put in by Parkour Society. The reasons why you should vote for me is because I am experienced, I'm hardworking, and something else. I can't remember. It's on my 60-second Hust. It's all falling to pieces, apparently. Yeah, I'm going to cut off now. Good timing. Thank you. Vote right, vote Mike.
Thank you. Adam Mossman, if you could come up next, please.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'd be terrified if I could actually see you, but it's fine. I've been involved in run societies pretty much my entire time at uni so far, so it's coming up to 3 years. I've, in that time, running execs 3 different societies. I've organised a bunch of stuff and come into a lot of wrangling with LUSU in the doing so. And I've, in that, come up with the idea that perhaps the best way to cater to students and give students the support of clubs and societies is to put the onus of that on clubs and society exec, because they are almost without fail really smart, motivated people who just need a wide basis of resources physically and advice and contacts in order to do what their members want them to do. And to that end, I would make sure particularly that that LUSU offers financial support, because not just in terms of funding, but there is a finite amount of funding that LUSU can provide. But if societies actually got help in accounting and setting up bank accounts, they would be able to provide better stuff. Yes, and also with the Campus Fest, I don't know if that's coming back, but roses, widen roses, and have it contain a lot more events for a lot more exhibitions of what's great around here. Yes.
Thank you very much, Adam Mossman. Anna Kettle, could you please stand up next? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna. I'm currently a second-year philosophy and politics student. I've spent my last year at Lancaster as president of Lancaster Debating Union, which is one of the largest and most competitively successful societies on campus. I'm also the current welfare officer for the Women Plus Forum, a director of the Vagina Monolanx, an LGBTQ plus officer for North and Midlands Debating Association, and I also sit on Society's committee, which is a lot of words to say. I have experience on a wide range of execs and committees, which has given me a deep understanding not only of the problems faced by many different groups on campus, from liberation to competitive, but also some of the ways in which policy can be implemented and support can be provided from both the administrative side of our student groups and also the ways in which student groups need that support. I have 4 main policy ideas. The first one is improved accessibility for sports and society groups on campus, including things like introducing an accessibility fund for societies. We currently have one for sports groups for students here on Lancaster Access schemes. We don't have the same for high-cost societies, which locks a lot of students out. Doing things like creating sports for students with disabilities, Rose's point scoring, increasing storage space, specifically for international students over the summer, and improving timetabling for college sports. I know currently a lot of you guys can't train because you place second below university teams. My second point is creating a better and safer community for women plus minorities in sport by creating women plus any gym groups and give it a go sessions. As well as bringing back #ThisRacesGirlCan to really show off the brilliant range of female athletes we have on campus. My third point is improved welfare for sports and societies, including introducing consent and diversity training to create a better culture around consent and better conversation. Also, clearer reporting systems through the expansion of the UniSafe harassment reporting app. Finally, better and more diverse clarity of communications, including the inclusions of student media on both sports and societies committees, and also working with VP Education to better utilise and better support our academic societies, which are currently not helped very much at all. So yeah, thank you. Please vote for me.
Thank you very much, Anna Kettle. And finally, Kim Hudspeth.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Kim and I'm standing up here today because I'm so passionate about all these sports clubs and societies that we have here at Lancaster. So throughout my 3 years here, I've been involved in lacrosse for my entire 3 years. I'm currently president. I've been involved in college level sports such as netball. I'm currently involved in bar sports and I'm also on my college JCR as well as sports rep. In terms of societies, I'm involved with LU Darts as well, so I understand the needs of societies as well as sports teams. I've also got experience with Roses, both as a competitor and an organiser, because I've been involved with the sports committee this year, which has involved going to York and looking at the event this year and being part of organising that. A main pledge that I put in my manifesto is to encourage participation in the activities that we have here at Lancaster, and I plan to do that by working together with our welfare officer and the campaigns officer that's elected to promote the benefits of being involved in societies and activities at Lancaster, both physically and in a mental health kind of way. So I'd like to do that starting from Freshers Week to promote the benefits of being involved, and hopefully this will lead to more involvement and hopefully a more diverse range of people getting involved as well. I'd like to speak to JCR international officers to understand what international students want from clubs and societies rather than us trying to guess what they want, and hopefully this will lead to more involvement. Tying into this, I'd like to promote big events like Roses and inter-college competitions more from the start of the year, and hopefully by promoting these events as the big exciting events they are, it will give people more of an incentive to get involved so they can get involved and be a part of this and enjoy being part of the events that we have here. Also, events like Roses and things aren't just about sports teams anymore. Every year we've got more and more non-sporting events being included, so hopefully it'll benefit societies as well as sports teams. Very quickly, Campus Fest, it's a shame it didn't happen last year, and I'd love to bring it back because it's a great way to put a spotlight on societies and not just sports teams.
That's time, candidate.
Thank you.
So thank you to all the candidates. Now you've got questions from the floor. So if anyone wants to raise their hand to ask any questions to the candidates for VP activities. No questions at all? Does Jack want to kick it off? No one's got any questions? Okay, Dave.
You're all wusses. Is it a question to everyone, yeah? Do you see your role as political?
Oh, is this on? Okay, yes. Thanks, Dave. Do I see my role as political? When it comes to working with sports and societies, probably not, but as a representative of the student union, which is like a union that is there to represent, then yes, in that way it is political. However, in the day-to-day, the small stuff probably doesn't need to have a political focus, but in terms of the larger team, yes.
Well, we're voted on, so of course we are. We're voted on by the whole of the university. We share that responsibility, and it is obviously political.
Yeah, in the sense that we're part of a team of FTOs. I mean, obviously, yeah, our day-to-day role is to be concerned with like sports teams and societies, but in terms of representing the student body as part of the team at Lucy, then of course we're political.
To add to the consensus, yes, it's a political thing as a trustee of the university and as part of a team representing the wider student body in one of the 6 facets that we have FTOs for, is that. But obviously, day to day, it's a work rather than politics, but on the whole, yes.
Just to reiterate what my colleagues have said. But with the activities role, I should be there to support the clubs and societies and their members, regardless of politics. But to support the president and the student union and represent them, I think, it slightly is.
Thank you, candidates. Has anyone else got any further questions? Just start here and then I'll come over there.
Shouldn't we be changing who goes first? Yeah. So that...
Thank you.
With regard...
Oh, sorry, is this on?
As you all seem to have agreed that you are political actors, to what extent do you think you'd need to check back with your constituents, whether it's members of Lucy directly or college representatives or whoever, but to what extent do you think you'd need to check back before taking any major political action on behalf of all members?
So is that like... Say that again, sorry. Or the last bit,
Before taking a political stance or anything, to what extent do you think you need to check with Lucy membership?
Before taking a political stance?
Yes.
I'd like to think it'd be possible to ask every single student what they wanted. Mainly, our views would be I'd take the views of the other FTOs because it's their role which would be more important in some decisions. If it's on welfare, I'll see what the welfare officer has to say and make a more informed decision based on what they say. In terms of asking everyone every single time, you'd just get the same small pool of people rather than the whole university. Does that answer it slightly? Next.
Yeah, in terms of getting like the opinions of like the people that you're representing, I know that the current VP Activities has set up like the sports committee and the societies committee, so using those sort of as a way to bridge the gap between LUSU and the entire student population, because obviously, it's not possible to ask everyone that you're representing their opinion, so using those committees in order to gauge the student opinion on things.
Political stances tend not to come in the role, but if there was a situation where that had to be done, it would be with consensus of the rest of the LUSU exec. And I think whichever candidate gets the role, the majority of people vaguely know their political leanings for doing so. So while you would have to be accountable and use those streams of information to the best of your ability.
Time.
I try and get in touch with as much as the student population as I could to gauge their views. As I said in my speech, one of my key priorities is to develop a good relationship with all the clubs and societies, so that could be a good way to gauge an opinion. If I'm regularly meeting with them, I could ask what their opinions on a certain matter. Thank you.
Obviously, as everyone's already said, it is impossible to hold referenda every time any decision has to be made within LUSU. However, I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that we're being voted in as representatives. And part of the job of a representative is not only, obviously it is to represent, but it's also to gather the most information and to put yourself in the best possible place to make a decision. Therefore, a large part of the job is not only consulting with students, but also putting yourself in the best place to make decisions. So yes, we have scrutiny panels, and yes, we should be held accountable, but there are times when people should be allowed to do their jobs, I believe.
Thank you very much, candidates. There's a question in the back, so we should start Ben and then that way.
Yeah? In your role, it would be hard to prioritise sports clubs over societies or vice versa. So how would you manage the balance between the two and making sure it's fair?
So at the beginning of the year, I'd like to try and meet all of the sports teams and all of the societies just to introduce myself, let them know that I'm there for their role. And then they could get back in touch with me at any point throughout the year if they had any issues or something they want to raise. So obviously I am from a sports background, so I'd like to take an active interest in what the societies are doing and openly reach out to them at the start of the year, well, and throughout the year as well.
Well, obviously, you do have to strike a balance. If I'm honest, I'm coming from a non-sporty background, and that's something I'm going to be heavily involved with anyway. So all of the conscious effort would be towards gathering contacts in the sports people, hearing what their concerns are, because I feel like I'm relatively well tapped into the concerns of non-sports, and because it's what I've been wrestling with the last 3 years.
So yeah, as I briefly just mentioned, utilising the sports committee and the societies committee. So as I come from a mainly sporting background, having representatives from different kinds of societies on the societies committee. So like, I know that music societies differ massively to like academic societies, gaming societies. Having different representatives there so I can use them and use their experiences to inform my decisions and my representation within LUSU.
Yeah, for me, it would be making sure that whatever society it was, every society is run differently, is that they had a way of communicating me which they liked and were comfortable with. Like for me, I prefer to go in and speak to the activities in person. I think it's the best way, but some people contact by email or whatever they want. So it's about making sure that every person, every society has a way of contacting you and know they can.
I'm not necessarily sure there needs to be a balance. Sports groups are currently largely handled by staff. A lot of the structures and I understand the way jacks work currently, a lot of the stuff day to day is actually working with societies because they have less staff support. I come from a societies background. I'm willing to admit that I don't know much about sports, but consulting things like sports committee when it comes to roses, yes. But a lot of the day-to-day work and a lot of the day-to-day focus and support needs to be there for societies as, on the whole, sports do largely have that support and the structures that are currently in place are working.
Thank you very much, candidates. We've got a question over here, please.
Hi. Recently, there's been a lot of controversy around sort of college sporting weekends and college sport. So how would you help support us JCRs facilitate these big sporting weekends and our engagement in college sport?
So if we go Kim, Adam, Ben, Anna, Mike.
As someone that is currently a sports rep on a JCR in the middle of sorting out these big sporting events that you're referring to, I completely understand where you're coming from. And simply it would be getting it organised sooner. I understand that this year it's been left pretty late, and I know a lot of colleges are feeling kind of swamped by everything they've got to do relatively last minute. So simply would be getting dates, things like that sorted far ahead of time so that it just takes the pressure off the JCRs when it comes to it the following year.
I'll admit to not being incredibly involved in college sport, so I'll defer to Kim's better judgment on this.
As I said before, I'm in the JCR myself, so I can completely understand where you're coming from. I'd like to really get heavily involved with all the JCRs to make sure that these events, such as Founders, Legends, Patriots, are getting well organised ahead of time and that they run successfully. Yeah, so I just really like to get stuck in with the JCRs, get in touch with them early on. Thank you.
I think that, yeah, organisation is key, but also making sure that people understand that JCRs are students, and asking a group of 19-year-olds to organise large-scale events, it's bound to go wrong sometimes, unfortunately. So just making sure that it is... Sorry. But just making sure that there is the support there and there are clear guidelines and clear structures for organisation. It is a really difficult job being on a JCR, being on an exec. It's a massive burden to take on at such a young age, and often without having done anything like that before.
Hello, I'm Bailey, see you. So I don't have much experience with JCR whatsoever, but I'd like to make sure I got an early contact with the JCRs. I wanted to know what their opinion was straight away, just to open up the communication and then basically run off what their instinct is and guess from people who know more about it. I don't want to just make it up as I go along. It would be stupid.
Thank you. Great. Thank you for the questions from the floor. Now we're going to ask for the candidates to ask questions for each other. So if we start with Kim Husbeth. You're asking questions, Kim.
I'm asking questions. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't have that many prepared, but just one thing. Anna, so your manifesto is very heavily welfare-based. I just wanted to know why you decided to run for activities instead of VP welfare?
It's a fair question. I decided to run for activities because activities are the thing I am really passionate about. And I also, as someone who spent a lot of time and effort and invested a lot of time and effort into the societies that I'm in, have identified areas where, yes, welfare can be improved, but could best be improved through our sports groups and societies. Yeah.
I know a few people have mentioned like increasing number of college sports in their manifestos. I just wanted to know if you had any idea of like what sports would be like included in that, because I know one issue that's been like brought up in the past with this is that there isn't enough interest in like one particular sport to have it across every single college. So if you guys had any thoughts on what sports you'd include like in that.
Given that some thought already. So basically, I had a look today actually. Through Just Play, there's a lot of statistics on the number of people who have come to each of the sports and activities, and I'd use that kind of data to figure out which ones are more popular and go from there.
So similar to Mike, so I'd engage with the student body to ask what sports they'd like to most get involved with and have between the colleges, whether it be through Carter Shield or maybe like a one-off event. And then we can then incorporate different sports into, say, founders and legends and stuff, see what works well with those, and then use them throughout the year.
That's pretty much it from me.
Sorry, I got a bit enthusiastic and tried to put people on the spot. But, I mean, this is meant to be an opportunity for if anyone who does want to ask a question can ask each other questions. So sorry to put you on the spot there, Kim. But if anyone else would like to take the next question, you can do.
Nice, it's got back to me. It's only one question each, so I'll just go in the order I've written it down. Adam, you talked about expanding union-provided storage. I was wondering how you're going to increase that or do that.
Well, there's a shortage of actual space, but the space is being used incredibly inefficiently. There's a lot of stuff in there that society execs have forgotten about, and no one knows whose it is, and it's stored incredibly badly. And if there was actually a committed effort to sorting it out, you could increase that space quite significantly and offer it to a lot more societies that need it, and let societies that might need it know that they could be using that space.
Ben, obviously one of the main points you have is talking to societies and clubs regularly. What I did do was a bit of a sanity check on it, really. I looked at the number of societies on Lucy website, which is over 200, times it by 10 minutes per society, and then 2 times a term. That comes to roughly 70 hours, which is, again, very roughly 20% of the time taken in a term just for societies, not including sports. Would you consider that feasible, along with the rest of the stuff you've got to do?
So one of the ways which I'd like to engage more with clubs and societies and listen to them is, as I mentioned in the Berwick debate, if anyone listened to that, is the drop-in sessions. So I'd have a time and a place advertised where I'd be, and then the clubs and societies could come and visit me as and when. A lot of the societies may not want to speak to me twice a term. They may be going really well, cracking on with things, and then so you can take some hours out of that. And then also, though it is a large amount of time, that should be one of the key areas of time, is in talking to all the clubs and societies regularly, so it should take up a lot of my time anyway.
Anna. Ooh, which one? I've got two. I can choose. Or do you want both, or just one? Do you want to try to be kind? I wanted to go for the first one because I actually didn't know. In your manifesto, it talks about, I'm just going to quote this out, allocating part of the budget to new equipment for bar sports. I just wanted to know what the budget was.
Like, obviously, I don't know what the sports budget is. I'm not allowed to look at those numbers, unsurprisingly. But it's doing things like making sure that our bar sports representatives are represented on things like sports committee, and that they know how to go through those funding application systems, and that they know that they can ask for that money if they need it. I understand that a lot of our bar equipment is really rather old and falling apart. At some point, it is inevitably just going to have to be replaced in order for bar sports, which are massively popular, to be able to continue on the campus.
Kim, is that the last one? It is. Cool. On your manifesto, obviously, it's quite vague due to the nature of the information, the nature of the information available to us. I was just wondering, what extra were you doing, bringing to the role, in a way? Does that make sense? Like, you're focusing on welfare and stuff like that.
Just my experience of things like at Lancaster in general, like I say, my involvement on JCRs, on like university execs, and just the whole range of things that I've covered here. I like to think that people could feel comfortable coming to me with their problems and knowing that I understand them and would be able to know how to help them with that, because I've covered such a wide range of areas here at Lancaster.
Thank you. That's me done.
Anyone else got any questions for the candidates? Anna, would you like to go next?
Okay, I'll just do one each again. So I'll start with Kim as you're first on my list. That sounds pretty ominous. So you talk about, in both the Husts you've just done and in your manifesto, about including participation. You talk about kind of working with campaigns and comms and stuff, but given how challenging it can be to get students to engage, how do you expect to increase engagement when we already know there's only a certain amount of students that are willing to be engaged with?
So at Freshers Week, like when people come into this university, they're bombarded with, meetings and things, and it's very much they're being exposed to university all in one go. So I think along with that, by having a big campaign with, the campaigns officer and welfare, and promoting both like the physical and mental health benefits of being involved in a society, if freshers, listening to all these benefits and being absorbed by that, I think it would make them more likely to get involved in a society.
This one's kind of a joint question for Mike and Ben. You both talk about increasing the number of college sports and college activities and stuff. You do. It's written here. How do you expect to do that, given as how the timetable timetables and budgets are already massively overstretched?
So it's quite similar. It's more to do with the budget. That's the only point we haven't covered. Again, obviously, we don't have access to the budget. It's one of those things where it's a case of looking at all the sports available and seeing which ones are more feasible. I couldn't give you an answer without seeing the budget or the statistics.
So we've got time for just 2 more questions, so if you want to share them out. Oh yeah, sorry, you can answer your question.
So Kim, you said a lot about your experience, like JCR, exec, lacrosse, whatever, but I've kind of missed what your key aims are for the year. I've got increased participation. Are there any others?
Just to represent people here as a whole, I'm just here to listen to what people want, and I'm here to represent, your societies and your interests, and use, the knowledge that I've got here in order to help the societies with their needs.
So Mike, you want to push for more improved sports facilities here at Lancaster. What did you have in mind? Any particular facilities, and can you justify why you'd like those?
Well, this is part of the reason why I actually remember its name. I've got it written down. This is the Grievances Board. Well, hey. Sorry. One good thing, one bad thing. using that will help me know what societies want rather than guessing. I already know that there are things in the pipeline like the track for athletics. Well, it's in the track, and the idea is the reason why I said pushing for and not getting is because I know they're very long-term things, and I want to help push them even closer. I'm not trying to be unrealistic and ask for a new Olympic-sized swimming pool right in the centre of campus.
Adam, have you had a chance to ask a question? Would you like to? Okay. One last question then. Okay. Go. Oh, you're done? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the candidates for Vice President activities. Can everyone please give them a round of applause? And thank you very much for bearing with me. This is obviously a new segment in the evening, and it's all just kind of the first one that I've done. So apologies for the hit and miss, but thank you so much, guys. Next, I'd like to please invite the candidates for Vice President Campaigns and Communications onto the stage. So would the candidates for Vice President Campaigns and Communications like to take a seat on stage? Thank you. And guys, we've got a break after this this section, so you'll be able to kind of chat after that and go and get a drink and have a wee and all that kind of stuff. So, guys, if we, I'd like to introduce to you the three candidates for Vice President Campaigns and Communications. These are Laura Wilkinson, Osas Agawaha, and Saba Labakari. So can you give them a quick round of applause? And can I please introduce you to Laura Wilkinson, who will be starting it off for us. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Laura, and today I'm hoping to convince you that I'll be the best person for the role of VP Campaigns and Communication. Firstly, I'd like to run the best and biggest Roses campaign that Home Roses has ever seen. I want York to feel intimidated before they even arrive. I want them to be shaking in their boots. I want to show not only our kick-ass rugby, football, netball squads, but also our awesome, less well-known teams. Ultimate Frisbee, Canoe Slalom, Kendo, for example. To do this, I'll run a Team of the Day style promo where I'll be introducing a new sports team or society every day and hoping to make sure that everyone is aware of where, when and how they compete. Secondly, after speaking with the current heads of media, it is clear that they are all concerned about funding, as am I. I will fight hard to keep funding for all 4 student media groups the same level it is currently, and work with the heads of media to ensure that they are involved with funding conversations. Scan, LA1, Bailrig and Take 2 all deserve better funding than they currently receive and should not be restrained by their lack of funding. Next, I would like to run a 2-term campaign to reduce the stigma of mental health. This is something that is really, really close to my heart, and I want to help everyone understand what it feels like to struggle with mental health and campaign for a structured, permanent training program whereby students can learn how to help their friends and family who are going through these issues.
30 seconds.
Finally, it is hard for students like you and me to have the ease of access to amazing opportunities, especially in the media. I was lucky enough to attend the Making in the Media conference last weekend and meet with some amazing individuals. I would like to continue the work with media representatives to bring events like these and even more in the future. Thank you for listening, and vote for me, Laura, number 1, VP Campaigns and Communication.
Thank you very much, Laura Wilkinson. Can I please invite Osas Agahawa? Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Osarity Agawa. I'm the past BME officer, which is the Black Minority Ethnicity Officer. Currently sit on the Ethnic Diversity Committee. I worked part-time officer in LUSU, so I attended a number of LUSU's executive committee meetings. But the reason why I'm here today is to tell you to vote for me as the number 1 for VP Campaigns and Communication. And the reasons I want, first and foremost. Currently, we have what we call the Ideas and Petition Board. Not too many students are aware of this, and not too many students are engaged with this. And this is actually a fundamental role in LUSU, because this is where students actually are able to shape and make decisions that LUSU actually would chair for them. So the first thing I would like to do is that, because currently less than 1% of the entire student body actually engage with this Idea and Petition Board. And in other words, that means that less than 1% actually forming and shaping the role of LUSU. What I would like to do is I'd like to make this Idea and Petition Board more mainstream, so that more students will be engaged and involved in shaping the functions of LUSU. Next idea I have on mind is most of us in this room are aware of how difficult it is campaigning. Recently, especially for activity group societies and what have you, you know how strenuous it was with posters and sharing posters around. The first thing I would love to do, another thing I'd love to do is, if I get elected into the position, I would love to install digital outdoor boards. With these digital outdoor boards, we'll be able to cut down on our paper waste, and we'll be able to promote our ideas more efficiently. Last but not the least, I'm more passionate about inclusive participation. And inclusive participation means with the postgraduate students, with the mature students, with the international students, and the BME. If elected into this position, I'll work directly with liberation groups, education reps, societies, to be able to make sure that their events are well promoted and well campaigned. Thank you very much. Because of the short timing, these are the few ideas I'd love to share with you guys. Please vote for me as your number 1 VP Campaign and Communication.
Thank you very much. And can I please invite Saba Labakri up to the stage?
Hi everyone, I'm Saba. I'm the Head of Engineering and Treasurer for Berwick FM at the moment, and I've held many roles in the media over a number of years. My manifesto is nice and simple and is broken down into a few main points, with its main aim being to achieve a more welcoming, open and friendly students' union that works for everybody. My first target would be to work with student media to secure them in these turbulent times that they're currently facing, to ensure that they continue to provide students with practical media experience and deliver relevant content to our students. Also, I want to ensure that our coverage of Roses is the best it can be. I would work with the student medias to provide better coverage of more sports and games throughout the weekend. Next, as part of my strategy to ensuring Lancaster Uni is a more welcoming place to live and study in, I would introduce a range of alternative food maps. This would highlight various alternative food options available on campus and eventually in the city to those with more specific dietary requirements. My final, yet most important manifesto point is to increase access to mental health services here on campus. This would involve continuing the great work that has already taken place in lobbying the university to improve the services currently available to students. I would also work with Nightline to ensure this vital service is open every day for our students and ensure that recruitment is no longer an issue. As well as this, I would look to make Nightline more accessible to our students. My aim is not to increase awareness of these issues because I feel students are already aware of these, as much as it is to provide you with better mental health support should you need it. Finally, there may be competition here tonight that know more statistics than I do at the moment about the union, but my manifesto is a working document, and I'm not against adding or changing any of the ideas that I've listed here. However, I can still sincerely vouch to you that I will work for you in a way that I don't feel the other candidates can. Thank you for listening, and I hope you vote for me, Saba, number 1, Vice President, Campaigns and Communications.
Thank you very much. So have we got any questions from the floor? Shall we start here, then come over to Chris. So do you want to start with Ben there? And then if we start on stage, right to left.
Can we... Oh, it's on. Okay, this is a question for all the candidates. As in the role of VP Camps and Comms, you will also be a trustee. How are you going to balance the conflict of interest between supporting of the medias and being a trustee of LUSU? Because obviously medias can sometimes, sorry, I'm not very good at this, put out things that is possibly damaging to LUSU. How will you balance that conflict of interest?
So right to left.
Thank you very much for the question. First and foremost, I'm not directly involved in any of the student media, so I really don't have any bias as against either of the student media. I'm neutral, and I wouldn't show any form of a particular interest to any of them. Now, as regards the functions of LUSU, I've actually worked, as I said earlier on, in various functions within the student union, and because of that,
candidate.
I'll be able to integrate.
Thank you, candidate. That's time.
Yeah, based on.
I don't think student media should be afraid of pushing their points. LUSU should also not be afraid that student media are there to pull them down at any opportunity. In terms of managing the balance, the conflict of interests, I think it's about fostering good relationships on both sides and making sure that expectations are managed and reasonable for both sides as well, to make sure that there is no conflict of interest where possible.
Yeah, so I think part of your question actually relates back to whether or not student media is independent from the union, and I think that's where you were going with that. So I am very much in favour of the independence of the media and to give them the power to produce the great work that they already do. And obviously, as somebody who's already in the student media, I have a vested interest to ensure that the students within those groups actually have the opportunity.
That's time, candidate. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Next question. Do you want to come over here, please? Thank you. And should we go Saba, Laura, Osas? And we'll just go round and round.
Well, hello, I'm Chris. I just thought I'd just ask a quick question. Some of you have mentioned mental health campaigns. I've suffered from mental health issues in the past, and I'd just like to know how you're going to implement, what you're going to implement. I just want to know more. I'm quite excited about it, so can I know more?
So my aim is to increase access. So improving the services that the university already provides. People already struggle to access these services. They find that the waiting times are too long and that the provision available isn't enough. So I want to continue lobbying the university to make sure that students have access to the services they want when they need it. This will just involve working with the relevant parties within the university and also just promoting what we already have within LUSU.
Thank you for your question. I've also suffered with mental health issues in the past, so it's something that I'm incredibly passionate about myself. So I want to actually work with groups like Nightline, who don't at the moment receive any actual training from the union. I want to work with them, and I want to work to provide with the university to provide a structured training program which will allow people to understand what it feels like to actually go through those problems and to help people.
That's time, candidate. Thank you.
Anyone else got any further questions? Could you please raise your hand? And oh, sorry.
Yes, so thank you. Within the Office of the VP Campaigns and Communication, my role will be to ensure that the future welfare officer is actually promoted as regards the mental health, because our office jurisdictions actually is to promote and communicate. So I'm going to ensure that whatever mental health services they want to offer or campaigns they want to offer, I'm going to give it my best. Thank you.
Now, would anyone like to ask any more questions? If we could go over into the corner, please. Someone wants to raise a hand? Just want to remind you that these questions have to be for all the candidates, so make sure that they're not like specifically, and you've got 30 seconds to answer them.
So student media is becoming increasingly digital, but will you continue to fight for sufficient student media funding to ensure it can continue to run effectively? So, for example, keeping Scan in print. Thanks.
This is a pretty easy answer for me. Yes, definitely, 100% Scan should be in print, and I will fight that until quite literally my dying day. Scan, without the print issue, in my opinion, you might as well just have a blog. And it is the same for all the other student media. So you don't learn any skills if you're just using your video camera to take a film or to post a podcast. It's the same for everything. So I think
That's time, candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. As for me, I'm more inclined towards digitalization, even though I'm very well aware of the fact that it's important for us to have the print, but because of the current situation of the environment I would push for us to gradually migrate into a stage where everyone can have an application that can actually read Scan's news. Thank you.
Absolutely yes, Scan should stay in print. If Scan stops printing, it becomes a bit like The Independent, where all news stories are breaking news stories and there's attention-grabbing headlines. Dare I say it, like The Tab, and we don't want that. So it's important for Scan's reputation to stay in print. For Berwick FM, there's a certain level of equipment, and with LA1 TV as well, there's a certain level of equipment proficiency that needs to be maintained. And if you tone down the funding, then you very much hamper the reputations that the student medias have worked so hard to build up.
That's time, candidate. Thank you.
Questions? Can we go to the Vice President Campaigns and Communications, and then I see a couple more. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to say a massive well done. I think you're all fantastic candidates. My question is to do with sort of national level campaigning. Sometimes there are campaigns which specifically affect Lancaster students, but sometimes we see campaigns that affect students all across the UK. And I was wondering if you've seen any national campaigns that you'd like to bring to Lancaster.
Thank you. First of all, the national campaign that I know is most, which is currently happening in Lancaster, but I think it hasn't been given the voice it needs, is the NSS. That's the boycotting of the NSS. Not everyone is too aware of that, and not everyone is aware of the importance of boycotting the NSS survey. So that's one campaign that's on a national level.
There are a few national campaigns. One of them is the boycott of the NSS. I think the other ongoing campaign will always be the issue of fees and students' fees. As long as the campaign is relevant to students, it's not overly politicised, and it's relevant to Lancaster students as well, I think it's really good to bring them on campus and get students talking about these issues to make sure Lancaster can contribute to the national debate on these things as well.
I'm not going to say an individual campaign. I've heard of a number of campaigns, but I think it's actually the responsibility of the students to actually decide what it is that they want to campaign for, and I'll be encouraging, if I'm elected, to take in suggestions from students rather than just going with a national campaign that seems to be the big thing at the time.
Thank you very much. We've got time for two more final questions. So the girl with the red hair, and then the last one will be the gentleman in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask, because it's quite a media-heavy position, have you given any thought particularly to disabled students, or making sure that the campaigns and communications were accessible for every student on campus?
I think it goes without saying that any campaign that LUSU runs, or any of the activities that any of the student medias run, should be absolutely within reach for everybody. I believe everybody should be welcome to communicate, and everybody should be a part of student medias if they want to be a part of student medias. So it would just be a part of the planning of a campaign for me, or making sure constantly that the student medias are in check, that they are fully accessible to everyone.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one. It's obviously something that's incredibly important, and disabilities are not just something that are physical, for example. It's making sure that students who are suffering with their mental health, that for example, that we're checking that they are getting involved with student media and sports teams and societies, because that does help them to actually conquer some of the things that they have. But obviously
That's time, candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's actually one of the points on my manifesto, is the accessibility for disabled students. And the way I intend working on that is to work directly with the disability officer to ensure that all our campaigns are accessible to that category of people. Thank you very much.
And the final question, gentleman in the back. Where's the microphone gone? Over there. Sorry.
Thank you. My question goes to everyone there. So, how do you plan to support the international students, especially in areas where the school has actually shown ignorance in racial discrimination or ethnic discrimination?
So with regards to campaigns and with student media, as I've already said today, I believe it is part of the student bodies coming towards to me to suggest things that they would like to campaign for, and that's something that I'm really going to push for. I'm going to hold sessions where students from BME groups and all liberation groups can come to me to talk to me about what campaigns they want to run.
Thank you very much. This is something I'm very passionate about as well, because as you can see, it's one of the points of my manifesto. I intend opening a direct line whereby such issues are reported to me. Secondly, I intend working directly with the liberation officers to ensure that such of issues are given the necessary light and the necessary attention they deserve, because, it's actually personal to me. So thank you very much.
Within the remit of the Vice President for Campaigns and Communications, I don't necessarily think that any specific case comes directly under them for most things, but I would definitely be out there and ensure that anybody who wanted to come and talk to me could come and talk to me in person, via email, and just to make sure that I'm really representing all elements of the student body here. That would be really important to me.
Thank you very much for your questions from the floor. Now I'd like to give the opportunity for the candidates to ask one another any questions. So if any of you would like to start with that, you've got a total of 5 minutes for this segment.
Okay, I'll start. So I've got a question for both of you. So I've spoken to all of the heads of media as part of my research into this role. How do you think that you're going to be able to represent what the media actually want without actually speaking to all of the heads of media, the current heads of media? So myself, Ben, James, and Eleanor for Take Two as well.
I'm part of the management committee of Berwick FM, so I do have quite a high-level insight into what Berwick FM wants and continues to need. I interact with the members of LA1 TV on a very regular basis, and I'd like to think at least I had a really good insight to what they continue to want to need. In terms of SCAN, I'm not going to physically go out of my way and kind of put my degree to one side during the campaign when I can't yet do it, to talk to all the student medias. It's on my list of things to do. However, where I haven't been able to talk to a head of student media, I have spoken to members, and I've seen what's important to members. Student media heads are going to change, so it's not necessarily the vision of the current station manager for a particular media or the editor of a particular media to necessarily fully dictate it. The campaign's not over yet. I still plan on meeting more and more people.
Thank you. Personally, as I said earlier, I don't have much involvement within the student media. So this is something that I intend doing if I get elected in the position, and getting to understand the fact that most heads of the student media are going to change. So I have that in mind, and that's going to be one of the first agenda I do when elected into the position.
So, Laura, you talk about your campaigns that you want to run. You want to run a 2-term campaign on removing the stigma behind mental health, and you want to run the biggest and best campaign for roses. How do you go about achieving this, and how do you measure the success of these campaigns if you've openly said that you don't have any major campaign experiences?
So, with regards to the Roses campaign, I mentioned it in my speech, but I want to run what is essentially a run-up to Roses campaign in a similar way to the ones that have been held in the past, but something that instead is focused on not only the big sports and the things that everybody goes to watch, the rugbies, etc., but also on the smaller things and the things that people are less likely to attend. With regards to the 2-term campaign for mental health, that will incorporate a number of things, and that's something that I would need to think about a lot if I was elected into the role, because it would be such a massive campaign, and I want it to be that. I want it to be something that is really huge and everybody sees it. And obviously then working with the welfare campaign and all of the PTOs and college welfare officers, etc., to ensure that the students are receiving the campaign that they want and they need. With regards to measuring how successful a campaign is, I believe that speaking to the people within the university, going out and just getting your face out there and speaking to students on the spine in Alex Square, sending emails, like, you're not likely to get many results, but at least if you get a few responses, you can gauge how engaged people are with a certain campaign.
So, as for you, you talk about digitalising the student media a lot, and you refer to the application a lot. I just wanted to know what the application would be, or what your thoughts behind it would be, and if you did push for digitalisation, would you perhaps push for pulling Scan out of print, perhaps even against their will, if that was the case?
The first answer to that is no, I wouldn't do such. Because you need to understand that this democracy, it's an idea and it's going to be brought forward to the student union to decide. It's not something I will single-handedly do because I don't even have the power to do that, but it's an idea. And the other question about what the application would be, the application basically is to integrate LA1 TV, Bearig, into a certain app so that at a single glance, one can be able to view the various activities on those from those various medias. And as I keep saying, the aim of this is to ensure that a larger population of the students are actually involved with the student media. That's the aim of the application. Thank you.
We've got like a minute and a half to go, so Osas, if you'd like to ask a question, that's up to you.
Thank you. Laura, I know you're quite passionate about mental health campaigns, and we quite all are. As regards the confinement of your office, which is the communications officer, is there any other campaigns or you would like to push forward? And also, your interest in that issue, hope it wouldn't conflict with the current or the future welfare officers, because we realize that quite a number of them are actually quite passionate about this. So hope there wouldn't be a clash of conflict of interest. And if there is, what would you do to mitigate that?
I can't imagine that anybody would sit here and have a conflict of interest in regards to mental health. I think that anybody who is elected into the role of welfare officer is likely to have similar views as me as to reducing the stigma behind it and increasing training and making it better for those people who are experiencing those problems. What was the first question? Yeah.
Saba, currently due to your, lack of immediate campaign experience within the university. What do you think you'll be able to do to ensure that you actually are able to deliver efficient campaigns if elected into that position?
I disagree. I don't have experience with student union campaigns. I'm a student, so I should be on the receiving end of these campaigns. So I think that I have the point of view of the people I'm trying to target. How to ensure I do get them in the right way is by seeing why I haven't maybe participated with some campaigns and making sure that campaigns are open and accessible to everybody, and just general consultation, being open and honest, and providing a variety of ways people can interact.
Great. Thank you very much for the candidates for Vice President Campaigns and Communications. Round of applause, please. So, we have got a very quick 11-minute break before we start sharply at 7:55 with Vice President Education. Thank you.
Just steps I can stand upon. God gave me a stage, a guitar and a song. My daddy told me, son, don't you get involved in politics, religions, other people's cause. I'll paint the picture, let me set the scene. I know when I have children, they will know what it means. And I'll pass on the things my family's given to me. Just love and understanding, positivity. We could change this whole world with a piano, add a bass, some guitar, grab a beat, and away we go. I'm just a boy with a one-man show. No university, no degree, but Lord knows everybody's talking about exponential growth and the stock market crashing in their portfolios. While I'll be sitting here with a song that I wrote, saying love could change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. The revolution's coming, it's a minute away. I saw people marching in the streets today. You know we are made up of love and hate, but both of them are balanced on a razor blade. I'll paint the picture, let me set the scene. I know I'm all for people following their dreams. Just remember, life is more than fitting in your jeans. It's love and understanding, positivity. We could change this whole world with a piano, add a bass, some guitar, grab a beat, and away we go. I'm just a boy with a one-man show. No university, no degree, but Lord knows everybody's talking about exponential growth and the stock market crashing in their portfolios. While I'll be sitting here with a song that I wrote, saying love could change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. I'll paint the picture, let me set the scene. You know the future's in the hands of you and me. So let's all get together, we can all be free. Spread love and understanding, positivity. We could change this whole world with a piano, add a bass, some guitar, grab a beat, and away we go. I'm just a boy with a one-man show. No university, no degree, but Lord knows everybody's talking about exponential growth and the stock market crashing in their portfolios. While I'll be sitting here with a song that I wrote, saying love could change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Oxygen to people that agree. I gave away my money and now we don't even speak. I drove miles and miles. Would you do the same for me? Oh, honestly. Offered up my shoulder just for you to cry on. Gave you constant shelter and a bed to keep you warm. They gave me the heartache, and in return I gave a song. It goes on, you know. Life can get you down, so I just numb the way it feels. We'll drown it with a drink and out-of-date prescription. And all the ones that love me, they just left me on the shelf. Farewell. So before I save someone else, I've got to save myself. I gave you all my energy, I took away your pain. As human beings are destined to radiate our dream. What line do we stand upon? 'Cause from here it looks the same. And only scars remain. Life can get you down, so I just numb the way it feels. I'll drown it with a drink and out of date prescription pills. And all the ones that love me, they just left me on the shelf. And farewell. So before I save someone else, I've got to save myself. And if I don't, then I'll go back to where I'm rescuing a stranger just because they needed saving, just like that. I'm here again, between the devil and the danger. But I guess it's just my nature. My dad was wrong, 'cause I'm not like my mom. 'Cause she just smiled and I'm complaining in a song. But it helps. So before I save someone else, got to save myself. Life can get you down, so I just numb the way it feels. Drown it with a drink and out of date prescription pills. And all the ones that love me, they just left me on the shelf. Farewell. So before I save someone else, I've got to save myself. And before I blame someone else, I've got to save myself. And before I love someone else,
Hi everyone. We'll shortly be resuming with the candidates for Vice President Education, so please do take your seats. And with the candidates for Vice President Education, slowly begin to make your way up to the stage. Thank you. There's no rush, Dean, just take your time.
Hello, and welcome back. Woohoo! So next up we have the candidates for Vice President Education. So I'd like to introduce you to Dean Tang, Hannah Laycock, Benjamin Dada, Morgan Saunders, and Alistair Morrison. Woohoo! So we're going to start off with Dean. So just like to remind you, you have 2 minutes up there whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone. So I'm Dean Sang. I'm a postgrad studying creative writing, and I'm currently the PGT faculty rep for FAS. So in my manifesto, I'll just remind you of the 5 points I've promised. I pledge to incorporate more part-time officers and liberation groups into the discussion with student reps regarding representation. After today's academic exec, I can confirm that this will begin to be implemented in term 3 at faculty forums. Second, I wish to campaign for more paperless essay submissions. Sociology, I hear you loud and clear with your protest to save the ink. I will campaign for more departments to use paperless essay submissions, while at the same time being aware of departments and student groups that rely on the printed platform. Third, I would like to campaign for non-society groups to be able to book into previously inaccessible study spaces. The Vice-Chancellor, in a strategy consultation meeting, discussed the possibility of extending this to parts of the castle in town. I would like to see if this is viable. I would like to improve employability across all 4 faculties by examining LUM's phenomenal career service and seeing what areas can be adapted to suit the structures of different faculties. And lastly, I want more awareness of and more concise learning sessions, such as image editing for societies, referencing, plagiarism, and more guidance on updating your Lancaster Award. On Wednesday, I will be attending a postgraduate committee with FAS, and then I'll be going on to Senate. Now, will I be completely effective in representing you? No. Do you know why? Because it's my first meeting, and no one is ever effective in their first meeting. I believe that not enough people acknowledge the steep learning curve associated with an FTO position. It took a few weeks to get used to being a faculty rep, so imagine the timescale of being a truly effective FTO. However, if elected, I will have the experience of 3 Senate meetings and a year's worth of academic execs to really hit the ground running in representing you as a VP Education. So, vote. Speak up for the candidate that you think best represents you. It doesn't matter who wins, it's all about the issues and making sure that students feel their voices are heard. With that, I wish all of you the best of luck. I'm Dean Sang, let's get debating. Thank you.
Time.
How to follow that enthusiasm. Okay. My name is Hannah Laycock. I'm a third-year English and History student with experience on the scrutiny panel, JCR, student ambassador, cheeky extra committees, and I'm trying to win your vote for VP Education. So the highlights of my campaign are awareness, fairness, and representation. My aims are having a campaign-centric year. So I want to have more kind of academically centred campaigns with an increased student involvement, following on from the library campaign. So things like what to do if you get plagiarised, and especially campaigns that centre around minority students, because I don't think that's really been an area that's been tackled yet. I want to give students more information in terms of how they can influence their academic system, and especially issues surrounding things like lecture recordings. I want to look at the possibility of reforming the assessment and feedback time across all the faculties, which I can now name. Thank you, Scan, for pointing that out. To carry on work improving the postgraduate voice in Lancaster and seeing how we can improve relations to undergraduate students. I think postgrad and undergraduate students tend to lead separate lives, and we both share this amazing university, and I want to kind of improve the conversations that we have with each other. Improve and strengthen relations between academic societies and the wider university. Again, I think LUSU have a lot to learn from academic societies, especially in relation to campaign involvement and things like that. So the last two, improving the accessibility of academic reps and their relationship with their peers, especially those from minority groups, and this is something that I would really focus on if I did get elected. And lastly, to continue working towards more transparency in relation to fee increases and fees increased spending. I know this is something that the current LUSU have been really trying to push for, and it's something that I'll continue to push for. So I hope you all enjoy the rest of the voting. It's been a really fun week, and I've really, really loved it and meeting everyone. So yeah, if you want to vote for me, please do.
Thank you very much, Hannah Laycock. Up next is Benjamin Dada.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin and I'm a master's student in Lancaster University. So it is not uncommon for you to discover that only few people from international background doing a postgraduate studies will come apply for such a role because they are probably intimidated that they don't know so much about the policies and they are imagining the amount of things they have to cover. So what I'll be selling to you people today is not policies as such, because those things are changing, ever changing. But I'm selling you my personality. I'm selling you an open-minded person who has the ability to communicate and assimilate feedback from different quarters. One of the things about my campaign is in terms of the general LUSU board, which is talking about inclusion. We cannot claim to have diversity in terms of number of students we attract from different countries, but also at the top management, we need that diversity. Mahatma Gandhi said, no culture can survive if it attempts to be exclusive. So that's also something I'm selling. Now, alongside the other policies that have been instituted to ensure smooth academic running of the university, such as scrutiny boards, Moodle feedback, FST support programs, and forums, I would also like to take on two important things that are very dear to me. one, extracurricular activities. I heard that there are like free Wednesdays, but then according to a report from one of the students I spoke to in my final year, she confessed to me that Wednesdays are actually her busiest days. So I would like to take this back to the university and see how we can enforce free Wednesdays and make sure students get a chance to participate in other things that can improve their lives. And secondly, a focus on more employability-focused societies. For instance,
30 seconds.
For instance, we all know that some people want to get into maybe tech jobs because they are scared of what might happen in the future, but then there might be no society for that to encourage that. So I would like to work with the ISS and the CS department to institute such societies. Finally, your voice will be heard because I don't have all the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Up next, Morgan Saunders.
Good evening. I'm Morgan Saunders, third-year history and politics student willing to be your next Vice President Education. Lancaster University dropout rate, 2010, 5.7%, 2016, 8%. Education and employability issues play a major role in the decision to drop out of university. These issues are also a major concern to the 92% who stay. My VP Education Manifesto sets out an ambitious yet achievable plan that will solve this issue. A vote for Saunders is a vote to stop the drop. I'm passionate about student advocacy. I've had the honour of being an elected academic rep for the majority of my time at university. Part 1 FST rep in 2015, Part 2 FAST rep in 2016. In July 2016, my achievements were featured on the LUSU webpage. No one can question that I respect the rep system. Stand with Saunders if you respect the rep system. Stand with Saunders because I will lobby Lancaster to freeze the fees for UK and international students. Stand with Saunders because I will oppose the Higher Education and Research Bill, or HERB for short. Do not be fooled by the name. HERB is not sweet or benign, it is malign. The government's answers, market competition and a competition-promoting regulator are wrong. The great idea of the independent and self-governing non-for-profit university must be protected. The government needs to think again. I say, stop the bill. In relation to recent negotiations between the university and Gary Neville, let me be clear. Lancaster's top 10 university, not a Trump university. Stand with Saunders because I will collaborate with the university to launch a free online mindfulness course combating stress, perfectionism and procrastination. Stand with Saunders because I will deliver an exclusive end-of-year rep strav for all departmental and faculty reps. Rep strav is coming. Stand with Saunders because I will, if elected, give £1,000 of my VP salary to one of the educational charities or trusts listed on the Saunders page Education.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morgan. And finally, to finish off, Alistair Morrison.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name's Alistair Morrison. I'm running for the position of VP Education because I believe fundamentally that the students deserve a say in the education that we're paying for. And I emphasise what we're paying for because we're paying in excess of £27,000 for a degree, which is a lot of money. So we're all here in order to obtain a degree, so it's only fair that the education we're receiving is an education that we deserve. Throughout my 2.5 years here at Lancaster University, I've understood the importance of the university experience as a whole, but the most important aspect of it is obtaining the degree. I believe I do well as an FTO because being on both college and university execs and also being involved in the college council, I've developed relevant and sufficient skills in order to communicate properly between different groups of people in order to solve the issues that arise. So on to the 3 main points of my manifesto. You'll notice there's only 3, but the 3 points impact every single student at this university. So number 1 would be a better and a more robust system in terms of assessment and feedback, because we need to make sure that the students understand what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong in terms of assessment, and making sure that they can progress in the degree and do a better job in the next piece of coursework. Secondly, more campaigning in order to have lectures recorded, as recorded lectures serve as several purposes. including
30
great revision
seconds.
tools, making sure lecture notes are completed, the list goes on. Thirdly, better communication between students, student reps, and departments, because we need to start putting names to faces and faces to names, and making sure we know who people are, so we can communicate issues that we have. So yeah, I'm here to listen to you, and making sure that your voice is heard and your concerns are dealt with. So thank you for listening, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for those Husts. Have we got any questions from the floor? Should we start over here with the VP Fun?
So part of your job as VP Education is to represent research students, and their issues, their educational issues, are often quite different from other types of student. So I've just got a two-part question on that. I want to know, first of all, have you spoken to any research students throughout your campaigning? And secondly, how do you ensure that you represent the views of these students throughout the year?
All right. So as I said earlier, I'm a master's student, and interestingly, one of the flatmates I have is a PhD student, which is a research student. And in communicating with him, he told me about how his most important challenge is the fact that his supervisor and himself, they don't get to, like, his supervisor is not moving at his pace. So his supervisor is taking his time and stuff like that. So yes, I have spoken to a research student, and some of my other friends are also PhD students, and I try to understand what other problems they have. So how do I intend
time,
to...
candidate. Thank you.
Yes, I have spoken to postgraduate research students, and in my manifesto, I advocate for the creation of a full-time postgraduate officer to help deal with specific postgraduate issues.
Okay, so I spoke to 3 faculty reps who are all PhD students, and it's completely clear that it's a completely different ballgame in terms of issues that need to be resolved. So I think continuing to strengthen the faculty forums using feedback from the PhD, for the PGR reps, and then using, of course, the information from, of course, the PGSC department meetings, which address both PGT and PhD students' issues. So I guess sort of combining that alongside with the discussions that we're currently having would be the best way forward.
Yeah, I have spoken to a couple of postgraduate students, and I do agree they do have different necessary needs and stuff like that. But the thing is, we need to make sure that we communicate with them just as much as we communicate with undergraduates. That's the fundamental problem, is we need to make sure we communicate with everyone equally. And as you say, postgraduates may not get as much attention, but we need to make sure that we bridge that gap in terms of communication.
Yeah, I have spoken to PGR students, but I think that the PGR experience tends to be quite individualistic in comparison to undergrad students, so I don't think that we can really represent all of them. I know I definitely can't, so I think building on the work that LUSA are already doing in terms of the PGR forums and things like that, and trying to increase those numbers, and yeah, trying to communicate between undergrad and PGR students, I think will be quite an important step in terms of kind of trying to get Lancaster to bigger that relationship.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for the Vice President Education? If you want to start, Hannah, and then go backwards.
The current Vice President of Education is very much focused on helping students with disabilities and working with the disabilities section of the university. Would you continue that, and would there be any changes or improvements that you might try to make?
Yeah, so the first manifesto point of mine is trying to tackle the DSA cuts, and I think a big part of that will be looking at academic places in colleges, and for people who can't access the library as easily, trying to improve academic spaces in colleges, especially in Southwest campus, will be a big step towards helping disability students in terms of their education and kind of leveling out the playing field in that sense.
Well, it goes without saying that whatever we do as a full-time officer in terms of education, it would be to improve the education of every single student, not just anyone. So yeah, I mean, anything we do would be in the order to improve education for everyone. If that's in terms of accessibility, different systems on the Lancaster apps, for such example. It would just make sure that everyone feels included in what we're trying to do and what we aim to achieve.
Time.
To answer that question, absolutely. One of my first manifesto points was engaging with liberation groups and part-time officers. And to be honest, I don't have that much understanding, but I think that's because the current system hasn't been engaging enough. So as a faculty rep, I've not had the proper induction to the issues of part-time officers and liberation groups, but I think that's definitely something we're going to change next year.
As I say, yes, we definitely need to improve on our support for all students, but in particular, I've been talking to some students with dyslexia, and I've identified the need for ClareRead software on library computers and dyslexia font for lecture slides.
All right, so one of my friends has dyslexia, and I just try to encourage her in terms of how she can communicate with her course rep, because that's like the nearest person to her in terms of hierarchy and academic order, and how she can get like maybe she could get in touch with the program coordinator in terms of maybe if she needs more time. So pretty much I will also try to speak more with the disability officer to understand what other things they have in place and how we can work together to make it come to pass.
Thank you. Any further questions from the floor? Do you want to come here? And then there's one in the middle. If you want to go Dean, Morgan, Ben, round that way.
Okay, so VP education can be quite a dry area to try and articulate to students. How would you make the role more engaging and try and articulate what you're actually doing within your role to students? Because it is a very crucial role, but people find it hard to understand. Thank you.
Absolutely, brilliant question. So first of all, I guess one key area we can do this is through engaging the students through the academic reps and through faculty reps. But the real issue, I think, is getting more students, is giving reps more accessibility to engaging with students. And I think there needs to be more integration between departments and academic reps. So getting reps in front of lectures to talk about the key issues that are going on. And then, of course, if any students have any questions, we can then direct this straight to us, the VP Education.
Yes, I fully agree with what Dean says, and I'd add to that that I think the VP education should promote the Speak Week.
So in terms of trying to articulate our roles to the student, it's more about transparency and letting them know things as it comes and trying to give them like the information required to make a decision.
As I said before, it's essential that the students realise, we're here for a degree, so it's essential that an education is a fundamental part of why we're here. In terms of getting students to engage, we need to give the students an incentive to engage. Obviously, going on to that, we could talk about the academic rep system. We need to improve that, make it more robust, make sure everyone knows who the reps are so they can communicate issues that they have in order for the issues to be dealt with.
Yeah, again, the academic rep system, improving that should hopefully have a knock-on effect. And also, I think more academically centered campaigns that are kind of short and a bit sexy and a bit more spicy to students, instead of just attacking them with a ton of information, kind of having like a cause and effect and like a very kind of direct link between the campaign and the student and how it's directly going to affect their degree and how it's directly going to affect their life.
Cheers. And then we have one question in the middle. Someone had their hand up. Yeah? Chris, please.
I wanted to ask, how would you deal with people not feeling really pressured within their education and then wanting to drop out? Do you have any ideas of, how you would try and help those students who are just feeling really under pressure and not really, not able to finish university particularly?
Do you want to go Alistair, Hannah, Ben, all the way around that way?
Well, in terms of that, we'd have to work closely with the VP of Welfare, because that would essentially go under their control, making sure everyone feels comfortable in what they're doing. Obviously, if it's in terms of academic issues, that comes to us as well. So we need to make sure that if there's any issues like that occur, I'm sure they are, we need to make sure that there's good communication in order to ensure that we can deal with the problem and make sure that people feel that they can complete what they came here to do.
Yeah, I agree with what Alistair said. Working closely with VP Welfare and also kind of having a more welfare influence in faculties and amongst faculty reps, I think would be quite important to kind of take that kind of cold education-based side away from things, and for people to understand that if you are having welfare issues, it is going to directly affect your education, and as members of LUSU we do understand that, and also members of staff are going to understand that as well. So just kind of taking that element of fear away, hopefully.
So yes, I think one thing is also, in addition to working with welfare, is empathize with them and also show them that yes, you're experiencing these things and this is how you try to combat it. I mentioned something about trying to put out information. So I've done some research in the return on investment of education, the fees you pay and how successful you are. Some people think because Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg dropped out, they'll be successful. But actually that number is just like 1% or 2% of people who actually drop out and make things meaningful out of their life. So yes, you empathize with them and you actually show them the numbers and give them to make a decision. Yeah.
Yep, so I think that not only welfare, but campaigns and comms as well, to make sure that communication is very accessible and something that can easily be done to students. As well, though, one of the issues is that you need to make sure that that students are adaptively aware that the university is willing to support them as well as the union. It can't just be one organisation or two, and I think there needs to also be sort of more community in the first place in order to make sure that they don't feel isolated and that they don't feel under pressure. And of course, departmental tutors can help as well in relieving that pressure.
Aside from working with the VP Welfare and Community, I'd also collaborate with the university to launch a free online mindfulness course over combating stress and perfectionism, so as an early preventative measure.
Great, thank you. We've got time for 2 final questions, so I think there's one over there where I can't see. And then we're going to come over to David, or whichever you fight it out.
Would you be, in principle, in support of a national student survey boycott if it happened in the future?
Oh, sorry. Hannah, you go and then we'll go around. Sorry, I was getting excited by the question.
I understand the frustration and I understand the demand for a boycott, but unless every university does it, it's not going to work, and it's just going to affect Lancaster students in the sense that their degree will be worth less. So I understand the frustration. I'd want to work to relieve that frustration, but personally, no, I don't support the boycott.
Yeah, going off what Hannah said, no, I wouldn't support a boycott of the NSS because the NSS they collect a lot of data that helps rank the university. I mean, all the data that all the students put in has been able to rank Lancaster as one of the best universities in the country. So why would you want to boycott something that would degrade the university further? It would just be against what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a degree from one of the best universities. So I would support filling in the NSS survey and stuff like that in order to...
Thank you, candidate.
So I read an article by Leeds Student Union, and it said that even if the NSS was effectively boycotted, TEF could just use the averages from the 3 last years and then compile that into a result. As a result, does that mean that the NSS boycott would be effective? I think we need to wait on the result of this year before we see how they play out, and if it doesn't use the averages, then we could definitely take action.
Fully confer what Dean said.
Yes, same thing. We happen to read the same article about if you boycott the NSS, they'll just ignore your school and then go with what they already have. And I feel like we need to check on why we're having this conversation. So this is to actually motivate the universities to do better, to aspire for gold. But then we need to also look for ways to cut down costs in order to make them more profitable. So checking it from both sides, the university and the student side. Thank you.
And then we have one final question from over here.
Hello. I'm mainly asking this because I want to fill in my bingo sheet. What's your opinion on TEF?
Should we go backwards? Yeah.
All right. So TEF is teaching excellence framework, and it allows the university to, if they get a particular standard, gold, silver, or bronze, it allows them to increase fees. While I think that's a good incentive for the universities, I feel it does not correctly consider the students who are at the receiving end of this. So for instance, if you have an international student who already planned some years ago to attend a university, to find his school fees increased, that would be a shock to him. He'll probably just opt out for an apprentice role in order to make up money.
Thank you, candidate. Time.
Unfortunately, because it's not a bill, we can't oppose it.
So I think TEF is quite a ridiculous policy, to be honest. I think that a degree should not be a receipt of purchase. I think it should be a qualification. And I think that I firmly oppose TEF and would work with the union to continue opposing it.
In terms of what I think of TEF is just another way of ranking the universities. It ranks universities in terms of gold, silver, or bronze badge. They use, as I say, it's just another way of ranking universities. I've got no strong feelings towards it or dislike it or anything like that. It's just a way of ranking the universities.
TEF, great in the sense that it focuses on teaching as opposed to research, which I think that's something that universities lack. Awful in the sense that it means that we have to pay more for our university, and I don't think universities should be something that is treated as like a consumer culture. I think, as everybody said, it's a qualification and we're working for it. We shouldn't have to pay out the nose for it.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to open the kind of floor to the candidates about whether they'd like to ask any questions of one another. I'm not sure who'd like to start this off. Any of you? Would any of you like to ask any questions?
I know we're stressed for time, so I've only came up with one question. This is for you, Morgan, actually. In your manifesto, you stated a quote saying, giving all students an academic equivalent of roses. In roses, they're already academic.
Do you want to just pass the microphone over?
Yeah, well, I'll finish my question first because I haven't actually asked it yet. Yeah, you said you'd speak with York and Durham in order to create an academic equivalent of roses. As I said, so what makes this thing you're going to talk with York and Durham so different in terms of equivalent to roses?
Well, in this time of, shall we say, well, it's difficult. I believe in building bridges, not barricades. We don't really have strong links with Durham. York do. I think it'd be a great way to build a great academic community, and let us try and champion the Oxbridge little duo down south. Let's put Lancaster, York and Durham on the map.
Okay, so I've got a question for, I think, Alistair and Hannah in regards to lecture recording. So this has been a policy that the three previous VPs of education have all campaigned for, but it's still not been completely implemented. So what will you do that will be different to what the three previous VP educations have?
My kind of aspect of it was more information-based, so allowing the students to understand why it's at the stage that it is. I'm not saying that, yeah, I'm going to force all lectures to be recorded. I'm saying that I want to inform the students as to why they're not being recorded, so that we don't have this distance of communication, and also understanding that it's about intellectual rights, and it's a bigger conversation that we need to be having, especially with staff.
Yeah, exactly what Hannah said. It's a problem of intellectual property. The current VP Education is in the process of writing a policy in order to safeguard staff, so it promotes the lecture recording. So it's a case of making sure that we continue the hard work that's already been done in order to make sure, as I said before, lecture recordings help for several different things, such as revision tools, making sure the lecture notes are complete afterwards. So it's just a case of making sure we continue building on what we've already done in order to achieve the main aim, which is getting lectures recorded.
All right.
All right, so like for everybody, how important do you see diversity and inclusive representation, and how do you think your election into this role would improve the general diversity and inclusion?
Okay, as outlined in my manifesto, I'm a big supporter of Liberate My Degree. I personally believe Lancaster is well overdue a diversity and curricular audit. So what does that exactly mean? Basically, I believe a lot of our subjects, particularly in FAS, is what you could call have a quote-unquote white curriculum. I believe we need more black, disabled, LGBTQ, and women authors on academic reading lists. Yes, I know, or you could say, oh, but we need to be, can't just put them on there for the sake of it. I'm saying no, it'll be only academics who are sufficient. But as I say, we do need a curricular and diversity audit, and we also need a specific academic app on iLancaster.
So just to reiterate your question, you're asking about engaging with international students. Is that it? No? Okay. How important? Yes. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. So I went to the culture fair on Wednesday, and they brought some amazing issues in regards to integration and in regards to inclusion. And I think it's absolutely important. As it says in my manifesto, I want to include all the part-time officers and liberation groups to incorporate more diversity and make sure that they all feel included. So that discussion will take place in academic execs and faculty forums.
In terms of how important diversity and inclusion is, it ranks up there as one of the most important because since I've got here, we've all heard, we want to create an inclusive Lancaster, diverse Lancaster, making sure everyone feels involved, and that will go down to fundamentally communicating with everyone, making sure everyone feels equally involved in whatever the academic rep system, the campaigns that we're running, and that just doesn't even stop at VP Education. That stops at the sky's the limit there. You could go on to VP Activities, make sure everyone's involved in there. You can list on and on and on the things we need to make sure that people feel included in.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody said, especially in terms of Liberate My Degree. I know as someone who's part of FAS, I've seen a lot of dead white males in my degree. And also in terms of diversity with campaigns, I think there's a lot of campaigns that could be done in order to target minority students and really to get the voice out there. Obviously, I can't represent every minority, and I think it's so important to have the minority students able to figure out how best to represent them in terms of not excluding different people from different groups, but including everybody and making sure everybody's voice gets heard when it gets to faculty rep level.
Has anyone else got any other questions they'd like to ask?
I do.
Go for it.
So I have a question for Morgan. I know that you've talked about RepStrav and you've talked about a different app for academic reps. I just wanted to know, I'm really interested in those ideas, but I wanted to know, as someone who's been part of organising an XTRAV, it's got a huge budget and it takes a massive group of people, and I'm not sure if the academic reps are a big enough group of people. And in terms of the app, I just wanted to know the logistics of that, in terms, because I've thought about it as well, but I just wanted to know what you've discovered about it.
First point is, I'd kindly remind you that the university has a surplus of over £11 million. So if we had some constructive dialogue, building bridges with university management, potentially we could have a bit more funding to cover the costs of a RepStrav. But in terms of the actual numbers, I do know, and I could be wrong, but over 200 reps were trained last academic year. So it is a sizable amount, and it's a great incentive for students to become both an academic rep and help students. And in terms of the actual iLancaster rep, it's a great way of getting students both engaged with and accessing their rep. As you said, Dean, making it more inclusive, making it more transparent, more visible.
Have you talked to ISS about creating the app and how many man hours and things like that would go into it, the realisticness?
As I say, at this stage, I don't want to make a commitment. It's an idea, and I've spoken to students about it, and they are for it. As I say, if I was elected, that's something I would pursue. But I do think it's in the realm of possibility. At one time, iLancaster was an idea on a piece of paper.
Great, thank you. Has anyone got any final questions? You don't have to, don't be... Okay.
All right, for the sake of every other person, what would you say is your biggest motivation for running for this role?
Well, I can't really define it into one single issue. I would say oppose the Higher Education and Research Bill, liberate my degree, fees the fees.
Because it's not about when it goes right, it's about what to do when it goes wrong. And I think that reps need that empowerment. I think the entire university as a whole needs that extra push to know that the union is behind them, the university is behind them, the department's behind them, and that we are behind them as well.
In terms of the main reason for running for this is, as I said, it's fundamental that students get what they deserve because they're paying £9,000 a year plus now. So the main reason for me running is to make sure that the students get what they're paying for.
Well, Scan kind of dubbed me as someone who's running for the everyday student, which I kind of like that idea that I really want to kind of give the voice back to the everyday student of Lancaster who don't really know the influence that they can have in terms of their academic experience. And I know that until I started kind of like campaigning for this role, I didn't realise the influence that the everyday student could have, not only on like creating your degree, but loads of other campaigns and things that I'd never heard of before. So I think kind of giving that power back and giving that voice back is the main reason that I'm running.
Great, thank you. If that's all the questions from the candidates, we've got a Twitter question that's come through. So can I please ask, what would you do for those students who really aren't meant for university? Would you offer support when they leave? And do you want to start with Hannah? And you've got 30 seconds to answer that question. Would you like me to repeat it? Okay. What, if anything, would you do for those students who aren't really meant for university? Would you offer support when they leave?
Yeah, of course. Just because you're not deciding to stay at Lancaster forever doesn't mean you haven't at least looked at Lancaster, and I think Lancaster should respect the students that have even considered it. So I think looking at support in terms of alternatives to degrees, there's a big wide world out there outside of university that I think we need to get on board with. So yeah, I think we need to support everyone who's even considered being at Lancaster.
Yeah, Hannah said that perfectly. Making sure that even if you're here for a term, a year, 2 years, 2.5 years, whenever you drop out, make sure there's always someone you could go back to in case you need that little bit of help in order to, make sure you take that next step.
Yeah, we definitely work with welfare to make sure that the reasons for leaving are something that can't be solved by the university or the union. Of course, it is completely up to you. Like, we're not going to force you to stay, but like we're more than happy to like discuss it with anyone who thinks of like dropping out or leaving.
As I say, try and potentially do proactive measures to try and help the student not drop out of university. But as I say, the student's decision to drop out would, of course, offer support.
I think personally, I would like to ask the person some more clarifying questions. If the person is already in like the second year, I would advise the person to just stay and complete it, because the ratio of people who have actually dropped out and made something meaningful out of their lives is low. So I'd like to have more clarifying questions with the person to find out why exactly the person wants to drop out and what can be done instead.
I don't have the answer because it's on Twitter. Does anyone want to clarify? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your Vice President of Education candidates. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. God. Can I please ask the candidates for Vice President, Welfare and Community to come to the stage?
I know about what you did and I want to scream the truth. She thinks you love the... You're such a damn liar. Well, those great whites, they have big teeth. Oh, they might you, that you said that you would always be in love. But you're not.
Can you take the end?
No more. Did it frighten you? How we kissed when we danced on the light of floor. On the light of floor.
But just sit on the...
Amy is also absent, so she's probably but she has left.
Someone's reading out for you, you know that?
Oh, wait, that is Amy. Yeah.
No, it's not Amy. But that's...
Yeah, right, okay, so they're reading out.
So, how are you all doing so far? How is bingo going? Anyone got a full house yet? No? Okay, fair. Also fair. And just remember that there is another world going on Twitter and stuff like that. So hashtag FTO Elections if you want to follow people from home are chipping in that can't be here and watching on the live stream. That was a funny sound. People that are engaging from home that can't be here on the live stream, again, thank you to all the student media that are live blogging the event and stuff like that. And remember, if you have got any questions, at LUSU VP UD, cheeky plug. So next up is Vice President Welfare and Education. This evening we have got... Oh, sorry. Education's finished. Welfare and Community. We have got here this evening, guys, Lex Elliott, Amy Amira, Phil Blundell, Craig Lomas, Sophia Raquel, and Lucy Atkinson. So first up, I'd like to introduce Lex.
Hi, I'm Lex. I'm a fourth-year student at Masters in English Lit. I've been working within LUSU for nearly 4 years now, and throughout my time here in Lancaster, I've helped to shape the liberation movement by setting up Women Plus Forum and Disabilities Forum, holding 2 part-time officer positions, having an input on many different committees, and co-creating events like Reclaim the Night. Having led over 15 different campaigns focused on stuff like equality and welfare, I know just how important diversity and accessibility are to students here. So that's why I want to work towards a more accessible campus throughout the construction work being done on the spine and in the future, lobby the university for equality and diversity training for counselling staff so that they can more effectively support a diverse range of students, and hold the university to account on its promises to support international students after Brexit. Having been a welfare officer for the LGBTQ+ Association for over 2 years and held a weekly welfare hour, I know that students are often lacking the welfare support they really need. Because of this, I intend to lobby for better welfare support in departments, including easier access to extensions, cheaper doctor's notes, and guidelines for all departments on how they can better support their students. I have more recently got involved with making the campus greener, more ethical, and more sustainable. To continue this, I will increase the promotion of local ethical businesses on campus by ensuring that the products sold at the
30 seconds.
Market stalls will be more ethical, focus on reducing food waste across campus, and push for full divestment from unethical companies, including working with the university to create an ethical policy. So if elected, I will fight for better welfare support, a stronger and more united liberation movement, and a campus that is accessible to all students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lex. Next up, we have Amy Amira. Unfortunately, Amy couldn't be here this evening, but she's got a representative who is going to read out her speech for her. So give a round of applause to...
So I'm just going to read it as if I was Amy, and this is what she's given me. Hi, I'm sorry that I'm unable to make it. I'm currently at University House raising money for scholarships and opportunities that will benefit students, an Alzheimer's drug through the Defying Dementia campaign, and money for student societies to benefit the student experience, which is used by the Students' Union for all of you. My main points are that I would like bus passes to be subsidised, the campus to be more accessible and disabled friendly, to increase mental health assistance and sexual health awareness, to integrate EU and international students into the student community, as well as to create a more sustainable campus through food waste reduction and encouraging a minimalist lifestyle. My focus is also inclusive of the needs of LGBTQ students. I want to facilitate policy changing for non-binary and gender-fluid individuals, allowing them to be included in all sports and not requiring them to change their identity, which would then disallow them to assume the gender they would like to identify with. My experience as a staff member of the Students' Union has allowed me to learn a lot about the limitations as well as the capabilities of the union. Having worked for the university for the past 3 years, this being my 4th year, I have been able to foster good relationships which would assist in the points that I've raised in changing and maintaining good ties with the university. I have been speaking to students in Alexandra Square since my campaign began, and I've identified a lot of things that you would like to see as students, this being the integral part of my campaign. I would like to thank you for that opportunity and encourage more students to vote during this election. As an international student, I have not been able to be integrated into the union sooner, although I've previously been part of execs in societies. This is something I would like to change so that future students who live abroad wishing to run for any FTO positions will be able to look at people like Sophie Tarifa and myself as an example. I would like to thank you for your time, and please vote for me.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Phil Blundell up to the podium.
Thank you. My name's Phil Blundell. I'm a master's student in the management school at this great university. I have multi-disabilities, both physical, cognitive and mental. I understand what I have had to overcome to get to this university. What am I saying? I am not an expert. I am not a walking encyclopedia. I cannot reel off words from the Shop and Railway Act 1968, the Health and Safety Act of 1984, or even the Equality Act. I could never understand life from your perspective unless you had explained it to me. So what do you get to vote for me? I would never judge. It's just not my job. I believe that you are the expert, although I have experience to support you. Being the oldest candidate here by at least 12 months, I have been able to collect many tools throughout my life, and my toolbox is here to support you. You know what's best. I only offer a safe place to explore all your options so that you make the best decisions for you. I am a critical friend who will be beside you to the final line and beyond. I offer a partnership of equals. I give all I am willingly, freely, openly and honestly. Finally, your vote is the key to unlock your world. Together we can make a difference, so please use it.
Thank you very much, Craig. Phil, and next up, Craig Lomas.
Hiya. I'm Craig, so I'm just going to get straight in on it. Sorry, I've written it down. I'm a bit rubbish at public speaking, so I'm just going to read it. So my first point is the promotion and improvement of the welfare-based services on campus by the university. These are vital services such as the counselling service, Nightline, the free sanitary products, free contraceptives, things like that. I'll do this by working closely with student media and college JCRs to ensure that the information is provided to students early on when they get here, particularly during Freshers Week. And, sorry, lost my place. We'll continue to work with the university to ensure that the improvement of the counselling service continues and continue the increase of counsellors with student intake. My second point is in relation with mental health, I want to bring more outside organisations onto campus to create a bigger presence, such as Mind, Papyrus, Beat, Samaritans. These will all bring essential services to campus that we might have at the moment, but they're not as widely known about. So I want to do that, and also to raise awareness of how drugs and alcohol affect mental health and create a safe space for students to talk about these issues openly, sort of like the time to talk things that we have at the moment. My third point is to increase the number of exam stress resources during exam periods. I want to do this by providing a range of workshops, so mindfulness, relaxation, but also on the other end, sort of activities, sports, things like that. That's great
30 seconds.
I'm going to hurry up. So I want to do that by working with JCR officers. I'm going to quickly move on to my final point, which is about making things greener. So work with Lancashire County Council to improve cycle routes, offer free bike repairs similar to what staff get, so that encourages more students to cycle to campus. Also continue with the reusable cups and the edible campus. That's everything. Please vote for me. #CraigMania. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Up next, Sophia Kell.
Hey, thanks for the love. I'm Sophia. I'm running for Welfare and Community. I think that I'm best for this role because I have experience in all aspects of the university. So building a community starts with integration. Through integration, we can better support our students' welfare. So if successful, I'd like to tackle 4 main points all around supporting students so that no one lays in the margins. So number 1 point is integration, not just diversity. So my solution is to continue working with We Are Lancaster and to build a parenting system building on the Freshers Rep success to integrate students in the crucial first few weeks of university, for example, students that prefer not to drink. My second point is 360 degrees of equality of opportunity. We are all here for success, obviously, and our personal issues such as socioeconomic status and mental health may be a hindrance to our progression. So my solution is to level the playing field by battling tuition fees, no more breadline living, lowering the costs on campus with food vouchers and printing subsidiaries, and to make uni more affordable for all students. My next point is healthy minds equal healthy community. So 78% of students suffer mental health issues, whilst half never seek support. So my solution is to build emphasis on sports as a form of therapy for those students that might not feel comfortable to talk about their issues. It's also to partner across JCR welfare teams to work closer with LUSU and create alternative exam environments. And my final point is a united Lancaster. So to continue the community days with mutual support of businesses in return for student support in lowering costs, and a taxi sharing app to create safer, better taxi relations so the cab drivers can't rip you off no more when you're too drunk in the cab. And my outro, so I'm passionate about this role and I've already been working on issues for the past few years and I'll continue regardless of the outcome, but with this role I know that I can make a bigger impact. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sophia. And finally, Lucy Atkinson.
Hi, I'm Lucy and I'm a third-year sociology student. I have a lot of experience in representing student views, as since May 2015 I've been a city councillor representing university and Scott for Four Award. As well as this, I have sat on 4 executive committees of societies here at the university with roles from welfare to president. I've always been passionate about pastoral care and believe my experience combined with these qualities qualifies me for the role. I have 6 main policies. Firstly, I want to improve and promote our volunteering services to increase our employability, as we are all here to get a degree and improve our chances at getting a job. Volunteering not only improves your CV, but can also help your personal well-being as well as that of others. Second, I think we need better counselling and mental health services. As someone who has experience of using the mental health service at the university, I found it very formal and clinical and not a relaxed environment. Therefore, I want to do something simply as changing the furnishings so that you feel like you can open up more. As well as this, I want to improve how mental health is dealt with in an academic context and run a self-care week, as self-care is really important as a short-term solution, as well as helping people who don't have mental health issues. I also want to make sure our university is inclusive in a post-Brexit world by running an event for international students within Freshers Week at the Town Hall, so international students feel like they're integrated right away within our city. As well as this, I want to make sure that the university commits to We Are Lancaster for a long period of time. To make Campus greener, I want to make sure that our essays are handed in online only, as this saves time and money as well as the environment. As already been mentioned by Dean, I am part of the Free the Ink group within the sociology department, and this is something I'm very passionate about. I also want to ensure the spine is disability friendly during the design the spine changes, as it's annoying for everyone, but especially disabled students. Finally, I want to improve our free sanitary product services, as currently you have to go to the LUSU desk in order to get them. That is kind of awkward, and I want to be able to put them in gender-neutral toilets where they are actually needed. Thank you, and vote Lucy for Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the candidates for those speeches. Do we have any questions from the floor? Should we start off just directly in front of us? And we'll go Craig and to the left.
Hi. So, Mental Health Awareness Week, personally I found that it's something that's really good, but it also normally only deals with raising awareness around anxiety and depression. Can I just ask sort of what are you thinking about doing for students who suffer with more severe and complex mental health problems, and how are you going to raise awareness surrounding them?
Oh yeah, I think that's like a really good question, because like a lot of people think that mental health is just depression and anxiety, and I think we need to raise awareness about other things that are mental health based, such as eating disorders and things like that. I think that's a huge part of mental health, and I think that we need to run more campaigns, especially during Mental Health Week, that basically just raises awareness about things like that, and so that more people are aware and they know that it isn't just depression and anxiety that people suffer with mental health wise.
I agree with Craig. I think it's important that we raise awareness on the other types of issues pertaining to mental illness. But I also think that through working with the JCR welfare teams, linking up together on those, I think we can raise awareness within our own individual collegiate communities and hopefully building more accessibility and community around these issues so that students feel more comfortable to approach them.
Thanks. So yeah, Jenny, I know you were a big part of organising the Eating Disorder Awareness Week, and that was really good. And I think more things like that are really important. As well as this, I think that like training for like porters, etc., on mental health issues on a variety is really important, because you know when it gets to like nighttime and stuff, when a lot of this actually can really hit home for people, it can be really difficult. And I think definitely more training and awareness of all types of mental health issues within the university at a variety of levels is really important.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I personally have OCD, and I feel like I haven't been represented on that front, and I would like much more diversity in the mental illnesses we talk about, because I don't want anyone to feel underrepresented.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would do is I would support as best I could. I would also bring in other organisations from who are already dealing with this, because we can't be all things to all men, but we can be a conduit for that. And I think that what's most important is that the people get the right help at the right time. And then the only way of doing that is by going to other services and asking them.
You. Got 2 questions they'd like to ask the candidates.
Thank you. I am the Service Director for Nightline. Nightline is a vital support service within the university. We're on the front line of dealing with a wide range of issues. Every night we deal with issues such as suicide, rape, terrorism, loneliness, depression. Only one of you actually mentioned Nightline in your manifestos, and only one of you has actually reached out to speak to Nightline. What are your policies regarding Nightline?
Right, again, I'm limited to my understanding of Nightline, if I'm absolutely honest with you. That would be one of the first things that I would, if elected, would see to put right. And see how we can work together. Again, we're not all individuals, we're all part of the same organisation, we're all part of the same world, and I think that we just got to go for best practice. And if it means supporting and listening to what you've got to say.
Yeah, I spoke to you the other day about this, but I think one of the main problems we talked about was not having support all year round, and not having publicity when necessary, or support. So I want to have that kind of ongoing relationship and a constant conversation to see how I can support Nightline, because you're the expert.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And you know, I've personally had to use Nightline like during my time here, and it's like a brilliant service that you guys provide. It's also about making sure that you have and you feel that you have the correct training and welfare support for you guys as well. If you're dealing with such massive issues, we have to make sure that the students that are doing Nightline are also supported welfare as well.
I think it's important to build on training for welfare, for the line, in working with the JCR welfare teams and also with LUSU, so that we can all work together and perhaps raise more awareness for students that don't know much about the Nightline as yourself. And yeah,
like as other people have said, I think like the training for Nightline is quite an important thing, and I'd like to sort of expand on the training that students who volunteer for Nightline get. But I also think that the way that Nightline is advertised, I think it should be sort of seen as a service for someone to listen to you rather than to solve your problems. I think that's quite an important differentiation between sort of the counselling service and Nightline. I think it's there for someone to listen to you and sort of just be with you at that time rather than to try and solve your actual problems.
It's time, candidate. For your next question?
Agree with that. Regarding training, our training is accredited by many different agencies, and I don't feel that is an area that necessarily needs improvement. To go around an unrelated point to Nightline. What are your policies to address the male mental health crisis, which, in my opinion, is not placed upon a greater focus as other mental health issues within the university?
Do you want to start in the middle and then go left and round? Yeah. Who's in the middle, Luce?
Sorry, can you just repeat? I couldn't quite hear the word that you said on the part mental health crisis. There was a word before it that I didn't quite hear.
What are your policies regarding addressing the male mental health crisis?
Male mental health crisis, that was the word in here. So it's definitely an important issue, and I think one of the problems is within our society, as I do sociology, sort of thing I look at a lot, is the way in which society is structured with gender norms and the pressures that are put on to not look like soft or weak, etc. And I think it is definitely important that we look across all genders at looking at the mental health crisis and making sure that everyone is reached out to and it's not excluded, and that we try and... I can't individually break down those norms, I wish I could, but it's definitely something we need to reach out to.
So one way of addressing the male mental health crisis is, because it's a massive scope to go through, the first way in that I wanted to look at was through sports teams. So I've spoken to various different sports teams about implementing a welfare officer to work with the LUCI team, and then building from there on it. Also, what's really important to consider is a lot of students with mental health issues don't actually seek out help nor feel comfortable seeking out help. So it's important to have innovative ways for students to find therapy without necessarily having to talk about situations that they don't feel ready yet.
I think it's quite important to try and break down the stigma about mental health, particularly around men, because a lot of the time they feel like they can't come forward about it. But I think you need to have maybe sort of like a safe space, as I keep saying, for men to come forward and talk openly about things without the fear of being judged and things like that, etc.
I think we've got to be proactive. I don't think that we can wait until someone comes to us. I think we need to go out to the societies, we need to go out to where the people are and raise the question ourselves, what does it mean to have mental problems? What is it that, what's your idea of it? And I think that's the way to do it. The more we have these conversations, the more normal, as it should be, to talk about it and open up. And
Thank you, candidate. I think something that gets neglected a lot when talking about men's mental health problems is diversity. So, for example, BME men might struggle more to talk about mental health problems. There's more kind of stigma about them talking about it. So I would like to kind of address a diverse range of men and speak to the Liberation Office on that.
Thank you. We have a question just here. And then Josh, and then Josh.
Hi. When students with mental health problems actually reach a sort of crisis point where they desperately need help, this often happens at night time, where services like counselling are closed. There's no one they can actually go to. I've heard from older students that apparently we used to have a night nurse that people could actually go to and see in person. Whilst Nightline is actually a fantastic facility, if somebody is at crisis point, we don't currently have anything on campus to go to. So would you support, or how would you solve this? Maybe more training to porters or implementing the night nurse again? Like, what are your thoughts and opinions on this?
Should we go Lex, Phil, Craig, Sophia, Lucy?
I think that's a really good idea. I think it is really important that people have 24-hour support. I don't know how feasible it would be, just because we're limited on counsellors at the moment already, and whether it would be one of them works night shifts, or it would be difficult to implement, but it's absolutely worth looking into, so I would definitely be interested in trying that.
Yeah, I think that it is important when someone's in crisis to be dealt with as soon and supported as soon as possible. And I think that we would look at what was the best way forward to do that, given the limitations of the campus. But it may be that we look at the the NHS as well and see whether they can provide support, because at the end of the day it is a societal problem as well. It's not just on campus.
Thank you, candidates. Time.
I think sort of what Phil was saying is good, like look at the NHS. I think we need to sort of raise awareness that there are a lot of services out there, and I know that ringing someone up or sort of talking over the internet isn't, you know, ideal in times of crisis, but it's quite difficult to sort of try and get someone to be willing to either volunteer to be there at night time or to have the funds to pay someone to be there at night time. So I think we need to sort of like just make people aware of the other services that are available, and so if people ring 111, then they can give more
Time,
like, guidance.
I think due to the lack of resources, we should capitalise on the ones that we do have, such as the assistant deans who are on call most hours of the night, and you've got the porters as well. So perhaps providing them with extra support and training, even working in conjunction with Nightline, you'll be able to provide a place for students to go to at night time if they need to.
The student nurse thing, as I know, that's something that Rhiannon ran on last year, and she's been trying really hard to get that, but is clearly struggling with it. So we do have to worry about the resources that we've been given. You know, Morgan mentioned we have a big surplus, but I don't think Lucy sees that. I think, yeah, definitely training up the porters more and probably upping their pay whilst they do it. I personally experienced a mental health crisis at night, and the porters were absolutely brilliant. The NHS took ages to respond because they are also in crisis. So I think it's definitely important that we look at the resources we have and don't ask too much of people, because we might have to up their pay to do that as well.
Thank you very much. We go Josh, and then you.
Hi. So I'm down in grad with the PG board, and I've worked with mental health charities for 8 years now. Over the course of postgraduate study, you're either here for 1 year or 3/4 years in relative isolation compared to most of the undergraduate community. How would you address this, considering we have next to no training? I might have been involved in a lot of things, but we get a lot of things late at night where people do not know what to do about their friends, they do not know how to deal with their own problems, and the crisis teams aren't that helpful, and most people don't even know they exist. So what would you do to specifically address grad college's problem in this area?
So I think sort of raising awareness of the services that we already have, and trying to maybe target them specifically at grad students, because I know a lot of campaigns and, you know, sort of advertisement, shall we say, is aimed at undergraduate students. So I think if we sort of try and aim specifically at grad students as well, that sort of helps to raise awareness of the services that we do have available to sort of every student.
I think as part of your role in PG board, it should be mandatory for you to learn how to deal with issues with students in mental health crisis issues. I think it's also important maybe during intro week to tell all the new international students all the resources that they have available to them. I know my course, we didn't get to have intro week because we had exams during that week, so perhaps working with the university as well, to making sure that students are all available for this time and not excluded from resources.
Yeah, the mental health first aid thing that has kind of been like touched upon is a thing that we're taking to the NUS as Lancaster. I'm an NUS delegate as well. I think mental health first aid training is really important because it is very different to just normal first aid training, and looking at like grad and other colleges at having that and doing specific campaigns to graduate students so that they don't feel left out.
When I've been kind of consulting with like societies and JCRs and stuff, I have heard a lot about having people come to them and not knowing where to point them. So I think making people aware of the resources available is really important, especially for graduate students, postgrad students who might not have as many other contacts as undergraduate students.
Yeah, I think communication again is the heart of it. It's giving out information of what's available and what they can use at time of need. And I think that at the end of the day, it's got to be done constantly throughout the year, not just through freshers.
So throughout your campaigns and looking at a lot of the material you guys have been putting out, I've noticed that each of you is focusing a lot on the specific liberation groups that you're a part of. And I was just wondering what kind of things you're going to do to reach out to other groups and other students that you might not necessarily see see the world from their perspective, and how you're going to try and improve on that. Thanks.
Well, from a personal point of view, it's about getting out there, seeing what's out there, and communicating and finding out exactly what great resources we have, and communicating that back to the membership and showing them that there is stuff out there for them and support is there. It's going to be a learning curve, and it needs to be done, because communication is the heart of everything.
So I'm involved with 3 of the liberation groups directly, but as for working with the others, I think it's really important that we have kind of a strong committee supporting each of the part-time officers, because obviously we can't just rely on one person to represent that entire group. So, for example, with Disabilities Forum, that's really struggled to get off the ground, so I want to kind of strengthen that and have a solid committee so that we have kind of structure, and I can consult with them, so I'd have more people to speak to about their issues.
So yeah, obviously I don't fit into every liberation group. That is the reason that we have the liberation part-time officers. I know it's been said tonight that a lot of the candidates throughout the different Husts have talked about using the part-time officers. I don't want to be putting more work on them. As like I said, it's about having those committees. Like Women's Plus has a really good one. Disability is a struggle because we need to look at the turnover of those positions because they keep resigning, and there's clearly a difficulty with putting too much on them. And it's about talking to them and trying to get the best support for those different liberation groups, because obviously I can't speak for everyone.
So having worked on a lot of liberation campaigns myself, I've worked mainly on BME related issues, but from a LUSU perspective, you need to be addressing all students. So currently I'm already working on intersectionalising the LGBTQ community, for example, and FemSoc and other societies that don't seem to be able to integrate with the other students or diversify in a sense. So I would like to continue working with that.
I mean, basically what everyone else has said, but basically not to put more work on the part-time officers, but maybe sort of attend their meetings and their forums, or have sort of a point of contact that those officers can come to the elective officer and sort of relay their issues and their problems to make sure that their voices are heard throughout the union, rather than, because obviously I can't represent everyone, so you'd have to sort of try and let them represent themselves through yourself. That probably doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. That was just rubbish. Ignore that.
Will you please bring, and then it'll go Dave, and over there. And if you go Sophia, Craig, Phil, Lex, Lucy.
Okay. So there's been an awful lot of talk tonight about mental health, which I think is very important. I'd like to raise the issue of the worldwide and national crisis of sexual assault on campuses, and I'd like to ask, what is being done, or what would you propose should be done for survivors of sexual assault or rape that falls outside of the context of university and the campus or the student bars? I know that there's already services in place for people who want to report something that's happened within university context. However, at the moment, there's nothing when it comes to somebody who's experienced an assault outside of the framework of university. So I was just going to ask what your policies would be in terms of that.
You mean as a student, but outside of the context of university?
Yeah, so just because you are a student at a university doesn't mean that the assault is going to fall within the context of university, campus bars.
Okay, I guess if we're looking outside of the context of university, I think from a LUSU perspective, perhaps working closer with the council to try and develop some kind of safeguards for nights out, for example. So I know that certain groups, charitable groups, go out and on nights out, for example, and looks after students and just the general public on issues regarding this. I think perhaps it would be important to work with a governing body to have more of an effect on the wider community, since we're not just talking about university perspective.
mean, I agree with what Sophia said. I think you need to work closely with sort of other governing bodies that know probably more about the issue than, say, I do. So I think it's important to get outside organisations in to sort of provide more resources for people who have sort of suffered with that, and make sure that these resources are approachable for people so they don't feel that they are sort of cut off from that.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's it's down to communication. It's about seeing what's out there beyond the university, and see what society has got, and bring everything together in under one roof, if you like, so that everything is joined up, so that we know that everybody is safe as can be on campus and also in the wider world. And I think their
So we have the UniSafe app, which you can report assault or harassment on, which doesn't have to necessarily be on campus. And that's been running for about a year, but it's still quite new, so I want to kind of review that and strengthen that and publicise it more. But part of the function of that is to signpost and give you resources, so it does kind of work outside of a university context as well.
Yeah, I think UniSafe is a really important tool to use. People have mentioned working with the council. This is what I do. I am sit on the nighttime economy task group, and we are looking at the problem is the council have had so much cuts we aren't being able to afford CCTV anymore. Something that's really close to me that I'm doing at the moment with LUSU officers, regardless of this, is lobbying for CCTV to be continued in part funded by the university and other interesting, because that can be really helpful in identifying sexual assault and stuff. I think Reclaim the Night, which me and Lex were on the other week, was really good.
Thank you.
Hello. So my question's on housing, which I think is quite a very important part of the role, especially in first term, but often very overlooked. So you might know that there's certain landlords in town that have a great reputation, some that don't. So what would you do to tackle that, and how would you educate students? But also, how would you balance this with ensuring there's a quality of housing in Lancaster, but also at affordable cost?
If we go Luce, Lex, Phil, Craig, Sophia.
I think LUSU Living has a big responsibility in making sure that they keep things at an affordable cost, because they are a student union owned group of properties. I think working with the council is really important in getting the accreditation for landlords and making sure, because they have the power to do that within health and housing. If you can actually get an accreditation for landlords, it's important and students can know about that. That is something that we've been working on as the University City Council already. It's one of Nathan's policies. I do think that LUSU Living have to lead the way in housing.
So there's been a lot of work, you've done a lot of work, on kind of education about renting and kind of before you actually rent, but maybe not as much focus on kind of giving advice throughout the year with problems as they arise. So kind of more publicising of what LUSU can offer in terms of advice.
I think, again, it's all to do with using outside bodies like councils who do regulate land, or should be regulating landlords. And I think also that we should be entering in dialogue with them. We should be telling our students that they can complain directly to environmental health, for instance, and things like that, so that they can put pressure on the landlords as well. But I think also the university could be...
Time, candidate, thank you.
I think obviously housing is a huge issue a lot of the time for some students. I think if the union maybe sort of drew up a list sort of thing of sort of reputable landlords or companies to rent with, such as obviously LUSU Living and things like that, sort of try and get as much feedback from students as they can about what's been good and what's been bad about where they've rented and who they've rented off, and then try and sort of advise students based off that.
I agree with what you said. I think in the end of the day, they are a business, landlords, so I think if you made it more competitive for them in a sense that they were ranked, Maybe they'll respond better to giving students houses that actually are livable in, like not disgusting houses. And I think also it's important to educate students on their rights as tenants, because a lot of students don't know what they're allowed to do or the rights that they have, and then a lot of landlords get away with treating students awfully, charging them expensive living and not giving them comfortable accommodation.
Thanks. Have we got any more questions? Behind the box, I can't see. Yeah, just here. Do you want to... No. You ask your question.
I'm part of the Disability Society, and throughout my time there I've noticed that a lot of students have struggles with lack of understanding of their disability. So I was wondering what you guys would do to help create a higher level of education, both in staff and students, centered around disabilities, mainly things like invisible disabilities, which wouldn't be immediately visible to, people, and so to, lower lack of judgment and increase support from staff to students who may not look like they need it.
Sophia, if you go...
Sorry, can you just repeat that last bit? I can't really hear you. Sorry.
So yeah, just how would you increase the level of education both in staff and students around disabilities, mainly centered around invisible disabilities, to reduce the stigma and increase the amount of help that staff is willing to provide to students who may not look like they need it, but they actually do?
Okay. Sophia, if you go round to Craig and then that way. If you start and then go round to Craig. Yeah.
Okay, I think in terms of reducing the stigma, I think at the beginning of the year at university, when you get put into your seminar groups and classes, spoken to many of the other liberation groups, and they would like a comfortable situation at the beginning where they get to express what kind of pronoun they'd like to be addressed by, or to open up about their disabilities or their any kind of preferences or anything that might lead to more uncomfortable situations later on. So they'll be educating their peers and also their teachers, and hopefully if the teacher's working with the welfare officer and Lucy, we can establish this so that it's a comfortable environment for everyone.
I mean, as a student who doesn't identify as disabled, I think that's obviously quite a difficult thing for me to just say, oh, this is what I would do. I think it's more important to talk to students with disabilities and say, what do you think is the best way forward to raise awareness and reduce stigma about disabilities, things like that.
Again, it's communication. It's asking, it's going out and asking the people what they face in real life, and asking them, how can we best help you? How will we best support what you need to get through university? So it's about asking the right questions to the right people at the right time.
And so I know that Disabilities Forum, we've been wanting to run a campaign on invisible illnesses for like 2 years now. But because we've not had kind of a structure to Disabilities Forum or an officer for a full year, we have really struggled. So I think the first thing I want to do is make sure we do have that structure and the officer does have that support, so that we actually have kind of a baseline before we can actually go anywhere from there.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the officer thing is a massive issue because we're clearly asking too much of our part-time officers, especially the disabled students officer, because of the high turnover, and it's really making sure that they have that support so that we can run those campaigns with like campaigns and comms. As someone who has invisible disability herself with dyslexia and mental health stuff, I think it is really important to educate people on the invisible disabilities as well.
Well, the questions from the floor. I'd now like to open up the opportunity for candidates to ask one another questions. So I'm not sure which of you would like to start, if at all. Would anyone like to ask any questions?
So, Lex, one of your policies is about giving free printing as a cost of living thing, but then you go to talk about green policies. Do you think there's a contradiction, considering we don't offer free printing because of the environmental impact of all that printing?
Yeah, I did think about this, and I think ideally, yeah, it would be great to not have anything printed, but having spoken to some departments about it, they really don't want to. They've spoken about, like, for their eyesight, they don't want to read off a screen, they don't want to mark off a screen. So if it's impossible to do it, to make it greener, then I think we should do the next best thing and make sure students don't have to pay for that printing.
That's a good question.
Yeah. This is for Lucy and Craig. You both mentioned in your manifestos about having more counsellors. Do you think that's plausible, considering that we've really struggled this year just to get more space for counselling, let alone the money to support more staff?
I think it's really important with the university wanting to expand as much as it is, like we're getting a new health campus, etc. They're doing a lot in town as well, that the university recognise that they should put the money in for counselling to go alongside with that. So I think it's about connecting the dots. As a counsellor, I have a lot of experience with old white men and lobbying them. I think as the university management is like that, I think that's something that I'm definitely capable of doing and lobbying for that.
Yeah, basically what like Lucy said, like obviously it is a difficult task to try and get more counsellors and provide space and funding and stuff for that, but I think it's such an important issue that obviously quite a lot of students feel passionately about, and I think that we need to keep trying our best to try and provide as much counselling as we can for as many students as we can.
Hi, this question's for you, Lex. So as founder of Why is My Curriculum Why, and I saw that you've quoted it on your posters and campaign trail, I'm curious of how you'd support it, since you've quoted it, and how you would take it forward, perhaps if you got into the role. And then the second part of that question is, since you focus a lot on LGBTQ and disabled, how are you going to deal with BME mental issues, as you mentioned earlier, that there's quite a lot of stigma around that, and creating more inclusivity and intersectionality within these groups that you work in?
That was a lot of questions. So obviously with Why is My Curriculum White, I wouldn't be leading on that as a white person. I don't want to speak over BME voices at all. But I mainly want to get more people involved in it and get... So for example, like with LGBTQ plus History Month, we got JCRs involved, and that made it kind of a bigger campaign, and it was more effective. So I think it would be my role to reach out to more groups and kind of facilitate that. What was the second part? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this has been a problem for a long time. I think it's mostly kind of creating connections. I would like to attend more kind of ethnic diversity meetings when they're not self-defining, to kind of encourage that and say these spaces are open for you all, and by no means do the other liberation groups want it to be so white-dominated.
Any further questions?
And this question's for you, Lucy. So you mentioned in your manifesto about the self-care week. I was just wondering how you plan on targeting students that may not feel comfortable about talking about their issues, or may not have got to the stage where they're quite ready to, but might want, but you would need to kind of, I don't know how to phrase this, provide support in innovative ways for them, for example. So, for example, if you know that you've got a mental health issue, so I have anxiety, for example, but I haven't gone to doctors about nothing. But I wouldn't go to that. I would probably want to look in different avenues. Have you thought about that?
I think that's exactly the point of the self-care stuff. It's about putting that information out there for everyone, so that if you haven't, it's a very brave thing to do, to admit that you have that and go to the doctors. And those things, they are a short-term solution, but they can help you in the meantime. I think as a long-term thing as well, from counselling, they basically teach you to be able to do self-care. And I think once you put those tips out there for everyone, they are available to all, and even people that have not got that. And the self-care is important for everyone, regardless of whether they have mental health, especially around exam stress and stuff as well.
So would this be like an event?
It would be an entire week of, so it'd be Dave ran a brilliant thing with a colouring board in the library, also exercise classes, different things, as well as tips out there being given on leaflets on social media, etc.
Okay, so if you feel uncomfortable about broaching these issues, you don't necessarily have to go to something that says...
Sorry, could you please use the microphone so the rest of the room can hear?
Sorry. So if you feel uncomfortable about broaching these issues, you don't necessarily have to go to an event saying that you're here to learn self-care, because in a way that's you kind of outing to other people that you have these issues. So in terms of students that are silently suffering.
This is something I've been doing throughout my campaign. My Facebook page has self-care tips. That is open to all. It's not outing yourself. You're just looking at it. I've been giving them out in person as well. It's not forcing anyone to go to an event. It's putting those tips out there for everyone to use.
Thank you. Is that, yeah? You're good? Oh, okay. Should we have two more final questions? Yeah.
For Sophia, so a lot of the mental health stuff you've talked about in your manifesto is focused on exam stress. Obviously that is an issue, but a lot of students face mental illnesses all year round, so how would you support them?
I guess through working with the JCR under the welfare team, that's an easier way to get down to the grassroots levels and working directly with the liberation societies, so for example disabilities and those with mental health issues, to see how we can better support them. The exam stress one is more of a tangible first step towards that for students that are diagnosed with mental health issues, and then working from there to develop a more long-term approach.
Final question.
So my question is for Phil, just to include you a bit, you know. During your Husts, you didn't really mention any sort of specific issues you would tackle or campaigns that you would like to run. So sort of what sort of campaigns or issues would you tackle if you were elected?
Basically, as they come along, I'm an open book, I'm a fresh page. As far as I'm concerned, what I find by going out and speaking to people, what I find by people asking me to support them, is what I'll do. I leave nothing unopened. It's there, and I'll do whatever it takes to support that individual. And that's why I have not deliberately not got pet parts of my that I want to fight. I just want to leave it open to everything that anybody needs help with.
We have... Okay, you go for it.
Sorry. This is for you as well. So a couple of times you've mentioned that we're the most knowledgeable about our own situations, and that we write our own books, etc. So with that token, if we came to you with an issue, how would you expect to support students if we have the best answers to our own situations?
By listening, by being totally open and honest and reflective, and hearing what it is that you need support with, and going away and saying, look, I haven't got all the answers, but I'll go and find as best I can the answers for you, and let's discuss them. Let's see what's best for you. Because that's the only way you're going to learn, is by actually doing, not having pretending you've got all the answers, because we don't, and we shouldn't have. We're here to support. So.
Great. Thank you very much to the candidates, and thank you very much for your questions from the floor. We have now got 15 minutes break, so please make...
my soul like a pothole every time. Took my heart upon a one-way trip. Guess she went wandering off. And like most women I know, this one will bring back home. Daisy, Daisy, perched upon your forehead. Every night I kiss you, you'll say in my ear, oh, we're in love, hands in your hair, fingers and thumbs, I feel safe when you're holding me. Love the way that you conquer your fear. You know hearts don't break around you. She is the river flowing nowhere. Tin wind chimes used for doorbells. Fields and trees and her smell fill my lungs. Spend my summertime beside her, and the rest of the year the same. She is the flint that sparks the lighter, and the fuel that will hold the flame of roses. Roses laid upon your bedspread. Oh, this I know. Every night I kiss you, you'll say in my ear, oh, we're in love, aren't we? Hands in your hair, fingers and thumbs, baby. I feel safe when you're holding me near. Love the way that you conquer your fear. You know hearts don't break around you. I found love inside the arms of a night. She is the lighthouse in the night that will safely guide me. And I'm not scared of passing over or the thought of growing. 'Cause from now until I go, every night I kiss you, you'll say in my ear, oh, we're in love, aren't we? Hands in your hair, fingers and thumbs, baby. I feel safe when you're holding me. Love the way that you conquer your fear. You know hearts don't break around you. should have said I should be in bed. But temptations of trouble on my tongue, troubles yet to come. Bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. But I give it so easily, and no thank you is how it should have gone. I should stay strong, but I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. But I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. No, thank you. They call me after dark. I don't want no part. My habits, they hold me like a grudge. I promise I won't budge. Bad for me, bad for me, bad for me. But I give it so easily, and no thank you is how it should have gone. I should stay strong, but I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. But I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. We fall for that. Wake up, we fall again. Fall again. We fall for that. Can't wait to fall again. One sip, bad for me. One hit, bad for me. One kiss, bad for me. But I give it so easily, and no thank you is how it should have gone. I should stay strong, but I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that. I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Boy, oh boy, I love it when I fall for that.
Te digo de mi parte que no aguanto más. Ya no aguanto ver el otro como dice que es el dueño tuyo. Me mata el orgullo, él ni te sabe hablar. Esta la hice pa' él. Cuando la escuche quiero estar ahí para ver. Cuando se entere y sepa que soy dueño de usted. Tal vez suene un poco mal, lo sé y no me luce. Todo es por usted. Mami, yo me siento tuyo. Yo sé que tú te sientes mía. Dile noviecito tuyo que con él te sientes fría. Mami, yo me siento tuyo. Yo sé que tú te sientes mía. Dile noviecito tuyo que eres una porquería. Te caliento más, mamá, te
So, I don't know which question's better. Which question do you think's better for you?
Si quieres sufrir conmigo, eso lo decides tú.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final part of Vote Fest Hustings this evening. We've got 2 more positions up for hustings, and we're going to get straight back into it. So the next one is the best one. Woohoo! Thanks, everyone. Vice President Union Development. And we've got 2 candidates for this position. They are Chris Fairhurst and Cass Eunice. And we'd like to start with Chris Fairhurst, please.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Chris. I'm currently a third-year student studying history and politics. I'm also currently on Pendle JCR as an events officer, and also I'm working in the Sugar House as a Sugar team member. Basically, the reason why I'm running for this position is because I think I'd be the right candidate for the job. I'm obviously running in JCR. I know how socials work. I know how to run a good social, and also I'm working in Sugar, so I know what works there and I know what doesn't work there. These are all important facets to my role, but I think as well there are other things to consider, such as my main policy issues, i.e. those of the governance of the university, how it's structured and how we get our democracy across. My first policy with that regard is the NUS referendum that I've proposed. I think that we are long overdue a talk about the NUS and our membership of it. We are paying £35,000 to be affiliated to this organisation, and I know it does a lot of good as well. I know it does a lot of good, but I also know that a lot of students are relatively disenfranchised with the NUS, hence the swathe of referendums we had last year. And I'm just wondering why we haven't had this conversation yet, and I think it needs to happen, and we need to be honest with each other, have a well-informed debate, and before we go to the ballot box. I also plan to review our current democratic structures with a review of our constitution. Not a full vote per se, but getting opinions from students, what they think of the new system, what they don't like about it, what they like about it.
30 seconds.
And try and promote that as much as we can. I think that all of this will improve our student engagement and make us a more cohesive student union overall. So, and obviously, I think that I can get this stuff done because you can't deter the fleur. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, up next is Cass Eunice.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cass, and I'm going to be your next Vice President of Union Development. A little about me. I was on the JCR for 2 years, a former events and socials officer, and then a JCR president. Apart from that, I've worked for the Students' Union for the last 18 months, and currently sit on Grad Ball Committee, just like I did last year. So I've broken the role of Union Development down into 3 sections: governance, the colleges, and commercial services. So I'll run through those, and hopefully that'll convince you to vote for me. So the colleges, I think we can all agree how important they are to Lancaster University. They're described as the lifeblood of it. If we truly believe that, we need to be doing everything we can to support the JCRs in delivering the events and the campaigns that they want for the students, because they are the front line of the colleges. Aside from that, governance, voting turnout is low. We all know that. Last term was particularly bad, with nominations being one of the lowest they've ever been. That was something quite sad to actually see. So I'd really like to work on that. This term, for the FTO elections, there was a huge push for candidates, and we did get 25 candidates running, but there was nowhere near that amount of push for the JCR elections and last term. Aside from that, there is the new democratic structure, and we do need to be utilising that. We did a huge push last year on the big vote, and then since then we've sort of forgotten about it, and we're not informing students of what we can do. The juries, the new ideas board, things like that need to be showcased.
30 seconds.
And lastly, commercial services. Sugar House will face problems, we know that, and I think I'm the right person to help and work with the Sugar House team to diversify events. Thank you for listening. I'm Cass. Vote me number 1 for Union Development.
So, can I please ask for any questions from the floor? Should we go Josh, Nathan, this lovely gentleman here?
So I took a look at your SCAN interviews, and The trivia section at the end, throughout all of the candidates for all the different roles, has been a mixture of some successes and some not so successful. And I was wondering if, like, I believe, Hannah, you guys looked up the correct answers to your mistakes to the trivia question. And if so, could you tell me what they are now, please? Thank you.
So, with the questions, you just want to go back and forth, you know, there's only two of you.
Well, I know that the trivia question was, of course, who are the JCR presidents in the student union, and the way I chose that question to be asked was, well, not the current presidents per se, but the presidents that I know have been and gone. So obviously I'm Pendle JCR, so I thought I'd stick to my strengths and pick Pendle presidents. So I know that Rebecca Christen ran, Chris Brown ran, Amy Opper's our current president, Sam Cox was our last president.
Time, candidate, thank you.
So it's the way it's phrased.
So I did get 8 out of 9. The one I forgot was county, and I've since spoken to Kieran, who is the current president of county. I have apologised, and I do know him by face, but at that moment in time, I completely forgot his name.
I've got 3 questions, but they're fairly interlinked. Firstly, when are the next set of local elections that Lancaster students can vote in? What should LUSU be doing to increase student turnout in these elections? And why is it important that LUSU does increase student turnout in these elections?
I'll admit I don't know when the next set of local elections are. There's no point in lying. I think they are important. I know you ran last term in a by-election, and I know you didn't get a huge turnout, so I can imagine that probably wasn't the best feeling. But I can understand, especially on campus, when we had the general election, we were out in the square, we were walking around, we were doing voter registration with iPads, huge T-shirts. There was a real big push for it, and we seem to have lost that sort of sense of mobilization that we had. I'd like to bring that back. And what was your last question?
Time, candidate, thank you.
Sorry, you can find me after.
Well, I'm currently in the same boat, so I can't remember I don't know when the next set of local elections are, unfortunately. Very sorry about that. But I kind of agree with Cass on this one, that we have lost this sense of getting out there and getting active and getting people involved in local elections, because I remember the last general election and the 333 campaign and how well that was publicised, how well that ran. And I want to see that come back again and make that sort of impression on students again and get them interested and involved. Thank you.
Quick, Will. Oh,
Sorry.
okay. You be next. Sorry.
Sorry. So obviously, as a part of your role, you're a director of LUSU Living Services Limited, I think. LUSU Limited, and as well Commercial Services Limited. LUSU Commercial Services Limited. Sorry. How will you represent student views in commercial services meetings, as it is quite a crucial part of your role?
I know I'm going to be a pain, but can you repeat the question,
Okay,
please?
so how will you represent student views in commercial services meetings as they run on a weekly basis?
Well, as we know, we are a student union, and we run we help out with the commercial services in that regard. Like, students are the lifeblood of those commercial services in that way. So obviously the student view should be at the heart of those meetings, and obviously I would represent that very honestly. I'd try and get as much data as I could beforehand of what students want and what they want to do with different establishments like Sugar or, I don't know, a space out in town perhaps, that they can use to do different things. And I think that should be at the heart of the debate, because obviously that's where all the money's coming from.
I think the staff that work in those services do a great job, but more often than not, they make the wrong decisions because they don't know what students do. I think the best thing we can do is ask the students. So if you look on campus, groups like Liam's, the Indie and Alternative Music Society, have done amazing events this term. And even if the services think those events aren't well turned out in Sugar, that doesn't mean there isn't a demand for them, and we should be doing all we can to put those kind of events on.
Thank you.
You both mentioned the importance of colleges and, in general, getting people involved.
I'm on PG board, and so our postgraduate students, as you might know, is participation in campus-wide events like the Big Night Out or general integration in what's happening on campus is really low, although we are one of the biggest colleges just in terms of numbers. Is there any new ideas how you'd like to integrate grad college more into the whole campus?
I wouldn't say it's so much about doing new ideas. I think it'd be simple things. I know grad college are just missed out of meetings a lot of the time simply because they're overlooked, because they're grad college, and I don't think that's right at all. I think you guys are PG board, you guys have been elected to represent those views, and we should be communicating with you at all times. And if we're not, then that's a fault on the Students' Union.
I also agree as well. I think that postgraduate students are struggling to get involved, not because of them. I don't think that at all. And I think that there is a serious failure in the student union as it panders more to undergraduate students. And I think that we need to get more involved with the postgrads as well by having more communication, trying to promote their events a bit more, and trying to get more graduate students involved with postgraduate events.
Any other questions? Yeah, go for it, Will. Quick. Quicker.
Hi there. I'd just ask you guys more of a general question about what you think the role of the student is in society, whether you think we're workers or we're consumers, and what the student union's for fundamentally, why we need our interests collectively represented and what those are.
So the question is the role of a student as a part of society. Right. Well, I think that as students, our role in society is to be educated and have a very active role in our community. Like the vast majority of students are all about the same age, and we all are trying to learn as much as we can and get involved with what we want to do, because we need to make that stand and make that start in our lives. And I think that we need to do that as a very active process and try and get involved as much as we can, and try and get involved in the wider society.
So the role of students is unique in society, especially when you look at Lancaster and the effect they have on businesses, and when you look at sort of what's happening in town with various establishments closing, and without students there to sort of keep that going, I think a lot would change in the sort of structure of town. You had a few other sides to your question. What were they? But we're going to run out of time, so... But I would actually really like to talk about that question. So if you can find me later, Patrick.
Has anyone else got any questions for UD? Last question over there.
So as you guys know, the Big Night Out this year for both this term and the last term has not been as good in terms of attendance as it has been typically in the previous years. So I just wanted to ask, what ways would you either seek to improve the Big Night Out, or to implement a new cross-college social to get the colleges involved in going out with each other? Thank you.
Yeah, Big Night Out was poorly attended, to say the least, this last week. But if you go back last year, it did really well, where we were doing great things. We brought in scarves and lightsabers, and they were quite a novelty, and people liked that. We went back to a same old routine of using T-shirts, and people are sick and tired of paying £6 for a T-shirt. So I think that's a problem. So if we can also look at working with the JCRs who had just bought an idea, we can actually talk to the JCRs about what would be a good idea first.
I completely agree as well. I know that BNO hasn't been very well attended this year. Both Big Night Outs in Pendle have been poorly, they've been poorly attended. And I think that by and large, I think we need to go back to a system where we have better themes, because it's a really good time, but we need to just communicate it a little bit better, get people more interested and imaginative with it. So little novelties like lightsabers and scarves like they came up with last year, and things like that, like just interesting, unique ideas, I think.
Time, thank you.
Thank you for all your questions. Now I'd like to ask candidates if they'd like to ask a question of one another. You've got 5 minutes for this, so we do question each? Okay, God.
So one of your main points is the NUS referendum. Is that something you think students actually want, or are you just saying it for sort of the sake of being a little controversial and carrying on with that? I think we can all agree NUS referendums were popular last year, but I think right now, is it the right time to have one? Do we need that conversation?
Well, personally, I think that the fact that we had a big swathe of referendums last year and we didn't do one, I think it's a crying shame, to be honest with you. And I think that a lot of students would be interested in having an NUS referendum. The NUS's main concern for me, and for me in particular, would be to stop tuition fee rises. We've had 2 in 7 years. And I know we're spending a lot of money on it, so I think that there is never a good time to have this conversation, so we may as well have it now. I think that it's the right time to do it. I'm not doing it to be controversial. I know that it is. But there's never I think the bigger controversy here is that we aren't having this conversation and we need to have it now.
Well, why don't you give Chris an opportunity?
Yes, so it is. Sorry, sorry. I'm kind of used to I'm just kind of used to passing the mic back at this point. All right. Well, Cass, for you, my question is, I know that you've said you wanted to work more closely with JCRs, and you've talked about the colleges being the lifeblood of the university. I know that I've said as well that I would rather have a more offhand approach with JCRs. I'd rather be more autonomous, and we are there to support them when they need us to support them. My question is, colleges are supposed to be quite unique entities and have a certain community feel, like everyone is unique, and that's one of Lancaster's main unique selling points. If LUSU works more closely with the colleges, how can you guarantee that they'll all have those particular USPs?
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I completely get that. But I don't think the role of LUSU is to get involved and dictate what the colleges do. I think we are there for that sort of support system, and more often than not, JCRs feel like they don't have that. So if that's not there, then we need to provide that in the first place. I hope that answers your question.
So if you just do one more each, and we'll give you 30 seconds to respond.
I want to go back to the NUS because you said you wanted to have that conversation, but in the sort of eventuality that we did leave it, what about the benefits it does bring, say, example, for the buying consortium or the sort of best practices we learn from it? Where would we get that? You talked about sort of, if we did leave the NUS, it provides those lower prices through buying through them. The cost of living could then rise, and you accept yourself that the cost of living is a serious issue for students. If we left the NUS, that would become hugely sort of impactful on them.
Well, Cass, I'd like to answer this question with another question in the way that it would be, would it? My question is to you then, if you think that the buying consortium in the NUS helps to bring prices down for students, which I know that it does, and I will admit this, I'm not running to leave the NUS, I'm not doing that to say that, I just want a calm and casual debate about it. But my thinking is we know that Hustle in town, drinks in Hustle are very, very cheap, and some ways cheaper than sugar in some ways. So how effective is the buying consortium in that way? There are other ways of doing this.
Sorry. Chris, your question.
I mean, he did ask a question there.
Chris,
well, it was a. Well, if you want to answer it, you can, I suppose. But I had another one in mind. It's my question, Cass. It's fair to be fair. Right. Where am I going with this?
Can we keep this up?
Yeah, I'm just going to go on to your second point of your manifesto. I know that you've said that you want to obviously sort out the governance structures and get more people involved. I just want to ask how you're going to do that. You've said you want to do it, but you haven't given anything concrete, in my opinion. So I just want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, no, happily. The manifesto is just a short sort of brief insight into what I want to do. everyone's welcome to come and talk to me at some point or another about what I want to do. Just with getting more people involved, off the top of my, like, not even off the top of my head, something I've thought about is we had Speak Week. Speak Week didn't work, but Speak Day did work. One of the days during that week worked extremely well, where every sort of staff member from the office was out in the square talking to students, and the students were able to put a face to a name that they usually got from an email. Something like that, you know, increases visibility of the Students' Union and is something that we should always be trying to do.
Thank you. So I'd like to say thank you to the candidates for Vice President Union Development. Well done. Woohoo. Thank you. No, not working. Sweet. Cool. Not working. Shall we move on to the last and final part of this evening? The candidates for president, can I please ask you to come onto the stage?
Oye, baby, no seas mala, no me dejes con las ganas. Se escucha en la calle que ella no me quiere, ven y dímelo en la cara.
So, quick. Bye. Okay, thanks guys. So, if we just all hang in there for like 38 minutes, then we're done. So, sorry, 30. Anyway, yeah, so if we just hang in there for another half an hour, this is the last position for Hustings this evening. It is the position of president. We have got on stage Jenny Dybell, Josh Wolfe, Monique Winstanley, and Ben Goldsworthy has sent his apologies, so he won't be here this evening. So we'll just kick off with it, and please welcome Jenny Dybell to the podium.
I was really hoping I wouldn't be first. So hi, thanks for sticking by. I'm Jenny. I'm a third year Human Geography and Politics student, and I'm running to be your next Lucy President. And I believe I have the passion, knowledge and experience to serve you at a level that you deserve. So I've been a cross-campus officer twice. I've served on Bowl and JCR. I've been on the Women's Committee. I used to chair the Equality and Diversity Council, rest in peace. I've been to NUS Women's Conference, and I've also helped to set up the Students with Disabilities Forum. So I'm hoping that a lot of this experience I can bring to this role. And I've also actually sat on University Council, which I'll come back to a little bit later. So if elected, I want to focus on a few main things. So investing in you, standing up for you, and including you in your Students' Union. So investing in you, I want to lobby for an increase in bursaries. So fees and rent have risen, but bursaries have not, and to me this just doesn't really make any sense. And I want to raise these bursaries for the students who need them most and have a look at the way in which they're given out. So maybe have a look at giving them out across the 3 different terms so that students aren't struggling in their first term. And we're all a bit annoyed at the spine refurbishment at the moment, but I want to make sure that we're actually investing in students that are currently here and investing in social areas, college bars, learning spaces, things like that. Because we should be investing in the students that are here now and investing in things that actually matter to us, and especially when it's our money that's being spent on it. So in terms of standing up for you, I personally feel that LUSU needs to become a bit more like a union again, no offence to the current FTO team. And we need to have a strong team to make this happen, especially when the HE bill and the TEF are being quite a threat to our society and our education. I'd also be able to have quite a good working relation with the university because I've worked in 3 different university departments. And in terms of including your student union, student representatives are often gagged, and I will always make sure that confidentiality is not put forward. I'll make sure that any decisions that are made that will affect students negatively will be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Next up is Josh Wolfe.
Hi, I'm Josh Wolfe. Hopefully you guys have seen my posters around. I've spent a lot of time putting posters up. I am running for the cringiest hashtag, Join the Wolfpack. It is awful, I know. Basically, quick introduction. I'm final year accounting and finance student, and I've held, well, pretty much every position in the exec between 2 societies. So my main point, hopefully you guys have seen me at least around the university, is about representation. I've had my whiteboard out, I've been asking different questions of different students, trying to get ideas from all different kinds of people around campus to get a better perspective of what all students actually want from their union. So kind of things that I've had, let's be honest, unfortunately, is what is LUSU? I also had someone ask for dank memes as well, so thank you very much, Steve. Hopefully he's listening in. But we'll get on to my other campaign points, because I've talked about that enough already. So my big one here, and I've actually got written here, Green Lancaster equals liars. I came to uni and there was a great big thing telling me to turn off my kitchen light in my halls, and unfortunately the uni doesn't do the same. If they expect us to do that and they are telling us that they're being a green campus, then they need to uphold their promises. I'm also quite passionate about improving transport links for everyone getting to campus, whether that's to do with peak time buses or improving the car parks on campus. Also looking at improving the ability for students to book study areas like seminar rooms when they're not being used, and also giving students a better insight into how their fees are spent, both by the uni and by student union. Really quick shout out, because I made him listen in. It's really late for him. He's not in this country. So, hi, Dad. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Josh. And finally, it's Monique Winstanley.
Just a bit of shameless plug. So, hi everyone, my name is Monique Winstanley. I'm going to go through this really quick so I can get everything in. I'm going to go through about my manifesto and how I expect to achieve the goals stated. So firstly, societies. I want more societies involved on campus with more theme weeks such as Charity Week, Academic Week, Festival Week and so on. With the help of LUSU's support and promotion, I hope to maximise the turnouts and further bridge the connection between students and the union. Adding on to this, I'd like to implement Society of the Year awards by splitting societies into categories such as arts, academic, sports and so on. I think this would be a good motivator for societies to work towards a goal that could credit them for their society. I'd like for the execs of the winning awards to also be recognised and have that count towards additional points of the Lancaster Award, and also involve studio media platforms to gain recognition such as LA1 TV, Scan and Bailrig. My second point, mental health. I want those who have any problems regarding mental health to get the help they need when they need it. I had a meeting with the Mind Society on campus earlier this week who approached me and are willing to run sessions, talks and group meetups for students who feel that waiting for counselling sessions is too long. I also want to contact further mental health charities and support to see if we can bring more onto campus. Revision packs. I think it would be a beneficial idea for the university to offer out revision packs that contain items and information regarding all of the internal and external events and contact information that individuals can contact if they need to do so. I tried to gain items for these packs via suppliers in return for advertisements to reduce the costs. My next point, costs. So I'd like to talk to current suppliers on campus to negotiate further deals and rewards. And I'd also like to let you, as students, have a say on who occupies tenancy on campus. Also, with using the connections that I've gained throughout my work experience, I would like to question print costs and challenge current suppliers and prices. Lastly and most importantly, I want you to be involved. I want your suggestions to matter, and if there are any problems or areas of improvement that you want to see, I want to be your representative. And if the majority of students agree with your input, I want to make changes that represent you, that represent us, that together we can make a change. So I'll be open and transparent throughout presidency should I be voted. And
Time, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, candidates. Do we have any questions from the floor? Should we start, Nathan, and then that way? And should we go right, left, right? You know the drill.
We good? Yeah, as well as providing lots of useful services to students, LUSU employs a lot of full-time staff, and they have to put up with quite a lot, you know, whether that's ordinary students frustrated at the way the union works, or whether it's elected officers above them who are frustrated that things aren't moving along quickly enough. They have to put up with quite a lot. It's also potentially a quite insecure sector of work. There are very few organisations where your senior leadership team changes every single year. So I was just wondering what the candidate's approach is to sort of like managing and making sure that like staff feel secure and valued within the union.
Sorry, I thought I'd check that quick. So first of all, thanks for your question. Obviously, it is really important. I've spoken to quite a few students this week who have said that, well, actually, it was their favourite thing about LUSU was that they got to work there, and so therefore they were their favourite thing. But yes, it's really important because when a student has a job, especially as a student, it can be quite worrying. They're reliant on that instead of the support that potentially they should be receiving from grants, etc. And so, although it is very, very difficult...
Thank you.
Hi. So in terms of like keeping everything in timescales and deadlines, so what I'd like to set out is certain things for like help and support, so make sure that people are actually available to like come to us, that we're open, that we can support people, and also put in more like systems to implement that.
So in terms of making older staff and staff that have been there for a very long time that aren't students feel more valued, a lot of it is about providing support, but also making sure that when FTO teams change over, there's a sufficient handover. And for student staff, it's about providing the support that's there, and as well going through the ERS, the Employment Recruitment Service, through which they're hired, and making sure that they get the right benefits and the right support that's right for them.
Thank you. Questions? That one, there, right there. Do you want to go backwards? Yeah. Sweet.
Hey, so I head up the welfare for Cartmel College, and part of the welfare package that we deliver is free condoms, tampons and sanitary towels provided by LUSU. Can I get a statement on record as to whether you will or will not continue to support us in this mission throughout your presidency? Because this is one of the most essential things for the welfare of Cartmel.
Yes, of course, and I think it should be extended to the other colleges as well. And we get a lot of funding from that, I believe, from the NUS, and I'm hoping that a lot more investment will be put into it to be placed as well in other colleges.
Again, yeah, I completely agree with that statement, and I think as well as being available to like the different colleges, they should be available like in the restrooms as well, so they've got easier access. So people who are a bit more like timid about going towards like you guys to pick up the supplies, they've actually got it in the places that they need it as well. So it encourages like more people to use them.
So I can hardly say no now, can I? Obviously, yes, but of course this isn't necessarily a role just for the President, and so I'd be looking to work with the VP for Welfare and Community to expand, not necessarily just to other colleges, but to the toilet facilities as well. However, you did mention condoms, which would probably be easier to distribute through colleges rather than the toilets, as it's hopefully not necessarily needed in each and every toilet on campus.
Dean, Hannah, Dave, Rhiannon.
All right, so this is more of a hypothetical question. What would you do if LUSU had twice the funding it currently did? So, like, what would your number one priority be with the extra funding?
So as I've discussed in like my campaign, which is Include, Connect, Change, I'd want to further like branch out with that. I've talked about ways on which I could like cut funds, well not cut funds, but cut costs and increase like the stuff that's on campus, involve more people, and I want to further enhance that. So make sure that everyone is included, that everyone is connected, and that together we can make a change.
I think my number one priority would actually be about providing support to students, so not only bursaries and financial support, but also welfare. So it's about liaising with the other FTOs as well, so looking at the VP welfare and also the part-time officers as well. Again, I think your role as president is looking at sort of listening to other people and looking at what areas need the most funding. So it would be investing in the areas that need the most funding, which would be up to sort of debate, and you'd probably go to executive for that.
So a really good point was just made there that your role as president is actually about listening to other people. So after I've built my golden statue of myself, the money is quite likely going to get split fairly evenly, but it's all about listening to the FTOs, the part-time officers, the different liberation groups, the different societies on campus, finding out where money can be used effectively, where it won't be wasted, and where it can provide the best benefit for students at Lancaster.
So this is more of a question about like your personal ideas, but where do you draw the line between the demands of the students and the reality of the limitations of the university, like as a business?
So basically, the way I'm looking at tackling a lot of issues is you have to pick your battles. It's unfortunate that we can't just tell the university this is what students want and they'll bow down to us. It would be lovely, it would be a really nice, easy job. So it's all about picking the right battles, picking the battles that you know you can win, but being gracious in it, picking battles that you know you can't win, and allowing the university to realise you're willing to work with them, but potentially offering alternatives up.
Thank you.
So to put towards your point of like acting as the university as a business, if you make the university act as a business, then you've also got to like make the students like feel that they're getting the best out of this business as such. So a vital point would be to listen to them as well, introduce everything that they want to do to make it work on both parts. So there's no point that the university can't be run like a business, and for the students to actually enjoy their experience and get the most out of it and the most value for money as well.
So I've sat on university council where it's basically you have 2 students and then a load of businessmen and women. And the problem is that a lot of these people are really economically minded and they're not student minded. So it's about putting your point forward. There is a reason why we have a student union. It's to make sure that our demands are heard and that our needs are heard. So I think it's really important that we do negotiate and we do form a good relationship, but we also need to put our point forward and not back down.
Thank you. Dave. Sorry, can we go Monique and then go outwards for this time? Thanks.
Hello. So I asked every year, how are you going to stop this role being VP meetings? How are you going to stop this role being VP meetings?
Sorry. It's a bit of a difficult one to answer. If it's okay, what I like to do is like think about my answer and then I'll come back to you at the end and talk to you about it. Thank you.
Either way.
I think it's important that the various FTOs we have the various FTOs because they have a different expertise in each area, and I think it's important that we let them sit on various meetings that they're experts in. I think the president is sort of there to kind of liaise with each of the FTOs, and it has become a bit of VP meetings, and it is an important role, but at the same time, I think more discussion within the university and within the union is needed with each of the other FTOs, departments, etc.
Where are you? You're over there. There you go. So rather than thinking of it as VP meetings, I'd rather think of it as VP facilitator. So rather than just, oh, I'm having a meeting with this person, then I'm going to go and talk to this person. It's all about finding out what the FTOs the other FTOs are planning on doing, what they're trying to get done, and helping them through working with the university and other meetings, unfortunately, to reach those goals as easily and as quickly as possible.
Riri. And then go Jenny, Monique, Josh.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say well done everyone for putting your names forward. I know how hard it actually is. So well done, and you're doing great so far. My question is, you are a liaison between the university and the union. The union preaches a lot of ideology in the union. The university talks a lot of pragmatism. How much do you feel the role of president is to actually put forward the role of pragmatism within the union that preaches ideology?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Where would you draw the line? Are you a pragmatist or an ideologist? And do you think ideology is more important than pragmatism?
I'm definitely more of a pragmatist, but at the same time, we are a union and we have ideas that we can reach if we put our foot down and actually do them and liaise with the correct people. And as I said before, if we have a good working relationship with the university, which we can do, that is achievable, but also there's a purpose to being a union. We're a students' union, we have the force behind us, and we should do what we're set out to do.
Yeah, and like adding on to that, I think that it's vital to get like the students' opinions across and get them all involved, whilst also like being idealistic as well. So the goals that we achieve need to fit both like the university and the students. So in doing that, we can listen to opinions on both counterparts.
So obviously the correct answer is going to be a mix of the two, finding the right kind of balance. It's quite a difficult one to properly balance out without having experienced the role myself. But I'd like to think that I would provide a little bit of either side to the opposing side within the argument. So going to the union and when ideas are put forward, maybe withholding certain parts of that in order to make sure that it can then be passed and we can show the university this is what we want, this is what we want to achieve, and this is how we best represent students.
Has anyone got a final question they'd like to ask the candidates for president? Yeah? Oh, is there one over there? Can't see. There's one here. Oh, we can get two. We go here and then to Tim. Can you just change up the way that you did it? Cheers.
So you all speak of your experience, but how are you going to apply this experience to a real-world situation? I mean, obviously being a president of a student union is quite a big role compared to maybe like a treasurer on an exec or anything like that. So how will you apply that to the real world?
So in terms of experience, what I've got over 6 years of working experience. This is from like part-time jobs, full-time work, 2 years full-time work before university. So the connections I've made throughout these job roles are absolutely vital. I mentioned previously about challenging print costs. What I used to do is I used to work at a business centre with 500 delegates and plus visitors. We managed to have 6 printers on campus that were fully like, if anything went wrong, they were fixed like by an external source. We managed to get print costs a lot lower for a lot less people. So what I'd want to do is ask questions about why we can't do that now.
Time, thank you.
So I've been a cross-campus officer, I've been on Ball and JCR, I've had quite a few roles within Lucy, but also I've worked in 3 different university departments, and I actually work full-time alongside my degree at the moment. I've formed a lot of relationships with various staff at the university and various staff within LUSU, so I think this knowledge could be really applicable. I've also sat on University Council, which is the highest decision-making body, so which the LUSU president actually sits on as well, so I have quite a lot of experience that I could bring to the role.
So I believe that this job is going to be quite unlike anything any of us have done before. I think it's something that having experience, you can only have experience of a certain amount of it. And it's more about how you react to different things. I'd like to think I build working relationships quite well. I let people know that I'm willing to work with them, but when I lay down the law, I'm not going to move from it. And that's an important position, especially for the LUSU president. Of course, I also have experience in managing teams, managing different operations.
It's time. Thank you, candidate.
And the final question from Tim. Quick.
So I'm sure you're all aware of the scrutiny panel, student jury. system where big decisions are made about LUSU behind closed doors by unelected and literally randomly selected people. And while that's happened, the referendums happened and things, that was a year before I came, I've looked into it, and you can actually open up the student jury without any constitutional changes, open it up to questions from interested people and for people to provide evidence without anything that's particularly difficult. It's not particularly difficult to do. I don't see any advantage of it being behind closed doors. Do you agree? And would you change the democratic structures slightly in that way? Because I know I work with Josh, especially on the NUS stuff, and we've actually been bound by a decision which goes completely against all three of the NUS officers' mandates by this unelected system. And we haven't been able to question the student jury, we haven't been able to provide any evidence. What are all of your views on that?
So, obviously, this is something that's affected me, and I have my own personal strong opinions on it. I believe that a certain amount of allowing the jury to be anonymous is important because it allows you to make a decision without feeling that you personally are going to be judged. But why questions can't be asked of the jury anonymously to an anonymous jury and from anonymous questioners, I'd be looking to do something like that, definitely.
Yeah, I'd also opt for something like that. And I think that transparency is like a key, especially as a representative of LUSU. So I think the more transparent you can be as a representative, the more trust you're going to gain with those that you are representing, the more you're going to include them, and the more that you're going to include them, and hopefully in future to get them to engage more as well. So it's like building up that reputation, building up that trust with them, and then the more you can do that, then the more things that you'd get back.
I completely agree with you. I actually led the campaign against the new democratic structures, so I will. Whilst we have it, we should make the most of what we've got, but I do believe that we should have open meetings because there is no way to properly question and scrutinise officers, which is essentially, it's a really, really important part of our democracy. So I really think that we should have open meetings, whether or not it be the jury or the executive. We have to see what's viable and what's sort of practical in that sense, but I completely agree.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the opportunity for the candidates to ask one of the questions. You've got 10 minutes for this, and then everyone's going to clear out. Cheers. So would anyone like to start?
Yeah, okay. I only have 2 questions, but Josh, you have an idea about having an open office hour for students to pop in. If no one or hardly anyone comes and talks to you, what would you do to sort of reach out as a response?
So this is something that's obviously been asked of me a fair amount, and it's kind of been in the forefront of my mind during campaigning week when you're trying to reach out to people. And the idea is, ideally, I don't know how it would work with sort of the upper levels of LUSU, but rather than having an office hour as such, trying to go out and actually reach out to students around campus, whether that's in the JCR rooms or just out and around campus as much as possible, out in Alex Square trying to talk to people, that kind of thing.
So I'll add on to a question to you as well. You mentioned a lot in your manifesto about the transport and how you aim to make that better. How would you aim to do this and implement it?
So I think he's still in the audience, hidden away somewhere, I think behind this pillar. But we actually have a councillor here who ran on a fairly similar idea of trying to improve the bus services. It's all to do with basically trying to improve the number of buses at peak times and the fact that the night bus still costs even if you have a bus pass. In terms of people who don't take the buses, the car park is atrocious and needs dealing with basically lines, and preferably a flat surface to park on would be nice. I heard a clap there. Obviously someone else has to put up with that car park. Okay, so I'll take my turn to ask a question. Jenny, you've got a lot of kind of big ideas in your manifesto, a lot of really good ideas, but do you believe that they're all actually achievable? Because you're asking a lot of the uni, especially financially, and do you think that you're going to have the power to achieve these goals?
So a lot of these things, I believe, will probably be long-term projects which will have to be passed on to the next and future FTO teams. But I think the majority of them are practical. I've said this before, I'm not making any solid promises because I know how difficult it is to work with the university and to work around finances, working in a department myself who has to deal with various finances and budget codes. But yes, I do think they're pragmatic, I do think they're achievable, but not immediately and not within the next year.
I'd like add on to that then. So do you have a kind of plan? Because you mentioned about like the increased cost, the increased funds with bursaries, like the help, the summer help, and also reduced costs in like the sports. Do you have like an idea on how you plan on setting that one up? Thank you.
So I'm in contact with quite a few various people. So specifically bursaries or summer hardship fund, for example, that would primarily be student-based services. So Tom Finnegan is the director of that. So I'd have a chat to him and also have a chat to the people in their finance department surrounding the budget, see sort of where money is left over, what the demand is. I'd also talk to Laura Davies, who is the student funding advisor within that department as well. So it's about liaising with the different people within that department, forming a relationship with them, forming meetings with them, but also having a look at sort of what money's left over, having a look at different statistics and sort of building up on it.
Any other questions?
I've got a nice list here. It won't be too mean, don't worry. So, Monique, having looked through your manifesto points, there's quite a lot of them seem to kind of focus on areas that are already encompassed by the other VP roles. Are you worried about any kind of conflict if you're going to be treading on their toes, potentially? Because they have to prioritise their time and you're going to have to prioritise your time. And how are you looking to overcome that?
So I'd like to start by saying that all the goals that I've like put out in my manifesto, I think are really reachable and something that I could do. I've planned on points on like how I'm going to do them, how it's going to be cost efficient, and I'd also like, as a role of a president, is to work with the other like VPs. So maybe just like helping incorporate that, and as my campaign suggests, like its main points to include and connect people together. So I think that it shouldn't have too much like conflicts, but more similar in like interests that we can work together.
Any final questions from the group?
Have I got time for another question for each of you?
One more.
One more, okay, one sec. All right, let's go for the hard one then. So, Jenny, you said you wouldn't let the uni gag you from meetings when talking about transparency. What about the risk of losing the extremely valuable place that the LUSU president holds in these meetings, being involved in discussions like this to try and prevent things like that from happening? Would you risk losing your position in that in order to improve transparency? Because that's the way it seems to come across in your manifesto.
To put it bluntly, yes, because things like this have happened before. People have leaked things before that have been detrimental to students. I think it's really important, and the LUSU president has never lost their role on these committees. And to put it quite bluntly, it's not a case of just saying, right, that's awful, I'm going to leak it. It's about liaising with the correct people and even talking to LUSU and the various full-time staff there and saying, okay, what parts of this can we talk about? What parts of this is confidential? Can we word it in a different way? But no, I would risk that, losing that place, because I'm pretty sure it wouldn't happen. It's happened before. If it were to happen, I mean, it's all sort of set in stone, so I'm pretty sure there would be no chance of that happening. And I think it's really important that we put things that are going to negatively impact students to a large extent in front of university confidentiality.
It's not a question, don't worry. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone who's been involved in organising all this, the guys behind the cameras, lovely people down here organising everything and telling me to shut up, and everyone for turning up. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the candidates tonight and the LUSU president candidates. Can we give them a final round of applause? Thank you.
And I would also like to say thank you to all the candidates that have been here tonight, all the staff, the LUSU events crew, the student media, the lovely timekeepers, and for all of you guys for coming down this evening, thank you very much.